Welcome back, Council. When we left off on Friday, we were with Councillor Bresciani on Councillor Findura's amendment that is on the floor. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So if I can have a response from staff as to Councillor Findura's motion and question around using an actual dollar amount rather than a percentage.
Through you, Mayor Masters. If I'm not clear, just ask me to repeat. I've got a bit of a sore throat. And so the motion that was on the floor, as you see it in front of you now, the 2024 impact would be $1.8 million. The hard thing to calculate on the floor was the cumulative impact, but we've done that now, and that is $68 million over 25 years. So a very significant impact in my mind on the utility reserve, and so I can speak to the actual impact of that if you'd like. The other alternative that might achieve the same objective is to have a one-time rebate in 2024, and if you'd like some details on that, I can provide that information also.
Yes, thank you. I would like it on the one-time rebate and as well as the impacts of the 68 million.
Sure. So through you, Mayor Masters, if we think about $68 million on the utility reserve, to put that into context on our asset management programs, we try to renew approximately 10 kilometers of small diameter water mains each year. Each kilometer costs about $1 million. So we'd be renewing 68 kilometers less of AC water main breaks per this period of time, which would definitely have a large impact on the number of water main breaks. So that is the overall impact. We would start to do less of our asset management programs. The other alternative that I mentioned was council could consider a one-time rebate. And so if we used an operating surplus that we have in the utility right now because of increased water revenue, we could look at about a $30 one-time rebate in 2024 for 76,000 customers. Works out to between that $2 and $3 million range. And so that would be something that Councillor Findura may want to consider adjusting the motion if that achieves his objectives.
Thank you. $68 million, that's, you came up with that calculation over how many years?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So our utility model is a 25-year utility model, and so it's over the 25 years.
Okay. So per year, out of the 25 years, 68 million, what is that?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So year one is 1.8 million, and then it just grows from there. So the next year is a bit more than 1.8, and it grows every year after that.
Okay. I know we didn't ask, but was there a 1% from going down from 4? That would even be lower, the 1% to, right? That would be lower. So 3% instead of the 2, sorry. Do you know what that would be?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't know if the team ran those numbers.
Okay,
really roughly, you know,
okay.
It would be more than half, but in that'd be a good starting point.
Okay. Yeah, the 68 million is very deep. We know the stage of our infrastructure. I probably would be more interested in the one-time rebate, but I will leave that up to Councillor Findura. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just wondering on the numbers that you funded that for the 68 million, was that on the budget or the actuals? And when I say that, just to be clear, I noticed the last 2 years we've had excess. We've collected more than we've spent, so we've had excess money come through, and I think in the millions of dollars. So just wondering if that's by the budget to actual.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the $68 million is less revenue that the city would receive from residents, so it is budget, but it is very close to actuals because it's the percentage increase, so it does fluctuate based on, no, sorry, this does not this does not fluctuate based on volumes because it's the base. So it is budget, but it will be actuals also because there's no fluctuation. It's just the number of meters, which we assume grows by 1% per year. So that's the only change that would be between budget and actuals.
Okay, I'll just try the question another way. So this is a recipe that we've put together to make this utility cost funded. In that, we figured what we should put on a base and what we should charge for usage and kind of balance the two for, make people pay what they use as well as make sure there's a solid foundation. For the last 2 years back to back, because of real world factors, we collected more than we actually budgeted for. If we made a 1% correction, would we be correcting the utility back to the budgeted amount for the 68 million period, because we're not collecting any over and above amounts, or will we be actually hurting the utility? Because the real world data we have now between actual and budgeted differences and the back-to-back years of collecting over and above. Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, our actual revenues are really dependent on the weather. So it's wet years and dry years. So in wet years, we'll collect less because people use less water for watering outdoors. And in dry years, we'll collect a bit more. So the last 2 to 3 years, it has been relatively dry. So we've had a bit stronger water revenue sales, which means more income. That $68 million over 25 years, I can say would have a negative impact on the utility reserve, and we would need to do less capital to fund that. We would plan to do less capital. If it turned out that the water revenue was higher than expected, then we could bring some of that capital back in, but that would be a year-by-year basis, and so we would start to plan to do less capital to accommodate this reduction.
What is 1% that we're discussing worth in terms of dollars to the amount we're discussing today? A 1% mill rate is 2.9 million. What's 1% a utility rate? What's that worth in dollars?
Through you, Mayor Masters, about 1.7 million.
About 1.7 million, eh? And what was our overage for the last 2 years in 23 and 22? How much should we collect over and above what we spent?
Through you, Mayor Masters, give me 30 seconds. I know our operating budget variance right now is about 3.2 million for 2023. But in the last 3 years, in 2022, we ended up 0.2 million to the positive. In 2021, 2.8 million, and in 2020, 2.3 million.
Okay, so with that information, it seems to me that as we've costed this this utility, we've done a good job. We make sure it's funded and we're not putting anyone in danger. A 1% reduction is 1.9 million. That kind of hits the average that we're over collecting over the 3-year period. And going forward, we can adjust again. The one-time rebate would be great monetarily, but next year with any type of increase, which there is another increase next year, will be the missing rebate that people got rebated for, plus next year's increase over and above. So almost like a double the sticker shock scenario, I believe is how it would be felt by people's pocketbooks. I'd like to propose a friendly amendment that we drop it to a 1% adjustment for the effective utility rate, if that would be considered a friendly amendment. From a 4% to a 3% increase, or a 2% or a 1% reduction to the 4%.
Councillor Fundura?
Just going forward. Yeah, we had a 3% increase this year instead of a 4% increase.
So if I understood this clearly, right now, the 2024 increase ask is 4% with 1% for Buffalo Pound. So you're talking about going down to, instead of 2%, taking down to 1%.
No, I'm saying instead of being a 4% ask, we should make a 3% ask. It corrects for the overages we've seen in the last 3 years without leaving it defunded.
Okay, I'm good at that.
Okay.
Yeah. Who's the seconder on this one? Oh,
Councillor Moll.
not here.
This is Councillor Moll. I'm in favor.
Okay,
Is that forever?
that's,
With this year's increase. This year's increase, we would make it a 3% increase instead of a 4% increase.
So it's just a one-time? No.
Yeah, we're just
Okay,
adjusting
okay.
the increase this year.
Yeah.
yeah, because I think,
Wait, sorry?
through your mayor, I believe 2025, we're going back to adjust the base again, because I think we do every 2 or 3 years. So we will debate that again. It'll be on the table regardless. And then, and at that time, council can go either higher or even lower. But I think Am I reading this correctly?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so yes, we'll be bringing forward a 2025 and potentially 2026 utility rate increase in the fall of 2024, but making this change does have a long-term impact. It is not a one-time reduction in 2024. It has a cumulative impact that we've talked about.
Okay, yeah. Is it still me to speak, or?
You still got time? Yeah?
Yeah, just to address the comments, well understood and totally taken to heart. The reason I'm suggesting 1% change is, once again, noticing that we've collected more than we've had to pay out in expenses. It's been for multiple years this has happened. We are adjusting the rate in the upcoming year. With that, we can solidify the new rate and the new usage and how people are using the water. But for now, with all the inflationary pressures, instead of taking a chance at collecting over and above again this year, 1% reduction brings it right in line with the average of the last 3 years of what we collected to be on budget instead of over.
Mr. Doney, is this the wording?
Through you, Mayor Masters, just like some clarity, is this still on the base rate or is this the overall utility rate?
Base.
So I think that needs to be clarified in the motion then.
I believe that's what the entire discussion's pretty much surrounded, so yeah. No. I know how carefully you cost the utility. If it wasn't the overage, I wouldn't be suggesting.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that's clear, yeah. If you want any more details on the impacts, I can speak to it.
If it's still my turn to speak, please do.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so just on that train of thought, and so as far as the operating surplus, yes, that has occurred in recent years. If we have a wet year, there likely will be an operating deficit. And so we go to the utility reserve to fund operating deficit. However, the utility reserve is there for the long-term capital plan. So we will reduce the long-term capital plan if this approves. And if council would like to provide us any direction, if you would like that to be applied to the drinking water, the wastewater, or the stormwater system, that would help us make those decisions also. But we will need to reduce the capital plan long-term.
Sure. Just a question. The years in which there were overages were put back into the reserve, how did that have effect upon the long-term capital plan?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we go through a process every year when we have the confirmed operating budget. If it's an overage, it goes into the utility reserve, and we run that model again with an updated capital plan, a 25-year capital plan, and that influences what we bring back to council, whether it's a 3% or 4% rate increase required. And so we're always trying to ensure the utility reserve stays within its min and max, which is, I think, 26 million min and 95 or 96 million max. And so we're trying to keep within those ranges. The reserve will be reviewed, I think, in 2024 to see if that is the right min and max, knowing that we have over $2 billion in assets. And so that max is a historical max, and maybe it should be increased. But for now, those are the min and max for the reserve. So we bring a utility rate forward that ensures we stay within that range and that it's sustainable over the long term. We do not generally recommend going up a significant amount and then down the next year, because residents and businesses generally prefer to have utility as stable as possible.
What is the reserve at again? I know you mentioned the other day, but it's been a few days. What's the minimum maximum to the reserve?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Ms. Krulak if she has that information at her fingertips.
Sorry, I did have that open. One moment.
Sorry, Ms. Krulak, are you speaking? Oh, okay. Just need you a little bit louder.
Oh. So through the chair, minimum balance should be equal to 25 million and a maximum equal to 90 million for the utility reserve.
What's he currently at again? I hope you don't feel pressured, because I know you're faster than I would be, so thank you very much.
No, I'm sorry, my technology is not cooperating right now, so I apologize.
Mine neither. I remember hearing it.
So through the chair, our current forecast for the end of this fiscal, based on what we know today, is 92.5 million.
Okay. One more question. In your comments, you indicated that any overages go back in. We track where we're supposed to be for what we're expected to get done. Do we have any kind of a getting ahead of the game projection for the extra money we put into that reserve? 68 million if we pull 2% out, which is just under $3 million. We put over $3 million in. Did we get ahead 68 million 25 years forward as well for those overages going in?
Through you, Mayor Masters, could you just repeat the last part of the question? I'm not exactly sure what.
I sure will. When we were going through this exercise, you let us know that a 2% reduction would equate to a $68 million shortfall in work done in the next 25 years. With 3 years of overages going back into the reserve, do we have any kind of a performance indicator or any kind of a measurable to infer the opposite? We're putting extra money in, we're getting extra headwork against. Is there any kind of a measurement we have there that we can know what's going on?
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Masters. So, as mentioned, what we do with the operating surplus is we put it back into the utility reserve. So instead of coming forward and asking for a 4.5% rate increase, we may be able to come back and ask for a 4% rate increase to make sure that the overall reserve stays within those min and max that we have indicated. So we do not just go and do extra work unless it's part of the capital plan. It will impact the future rate increases that we ask for City Council.
Appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Skiniak, please go ahead. Mr. Doney, I'm just leaving your mic on, okay?
Just listening to cough.
Okay, so what you had there was the mention of what would be the impacts of the 2% reduction and whether it should be one-time or cumulative reduction. I understand that the amendment has been edited or changed so that there's now a one-time reduction. But what you had proposed, Mr. Doney, instead of a percentage was $30 per household. Let's say it's now, so the proposal now is from 4% to 3%, a 1% reduction. What does that equate to per household? Are you able to calculate that for me? Through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters. We had calculated before that the 2% was $21.90 a year. So very basic math, I'm going to say a 1% is half of that for the first year. So in the range of $11 per year.
Okay, and so what is now proposed is a 1% reduction just for 2024, which you are suggesting is approximately $11 per year versus the other proposal, which would be $30 per household per year. Is that's accurate?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that is accurate.
So if the objective is to provide relief for customers, and administration has told us that they would be comfortable on a one-off basis providing $30 per household per year, I guess this is a question is to the mover. Why not opt for that instead of this percentage-based formula? That's for you, Mr. Fundura.
Councilor Fundura, your mic's on.
Well, I'm looking at a relief, so the understanding is 1%, because as far as I understood is that you could take the $30 from surplus and not from reserve. That's my understanding is correct? So you're looking at two different scenarios that we're looking at here. It's not just a plain, so can you give us explanation on that? And since there's $30 to 11, that's from the 1%, the 1% from the reserve, and this is $30 is from their surplus.
Through you, Mayor Masters. Let me try to clarify this. So the $30 that I had proposed is the one-time rebate that would be could be provided. The 1% has the cumulative impact, and so that's why it's a much larger impact. And it actually is a less amount per year per resident. Whether it comes from the utility reserve or the operating surplus is not really relevant for council. It all goes into utility reserve, and we fund everything out of the utility from the utility reserve.
Okay, so just to follow up on that one, so that means next year it's at 3, not 4. So the only time that 3 will change when it comes in 25, 26. Am I correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, if this motion is approved, yes, the utility rate increase will be 3% in 2024, and it will not change again until council makes another decision in the future. But every time you increase it in the future, you're increasing it on a smaller number instead of a bigger number. So that's where the cumulative impact starts to grow to that multi-million-dollar number.
Okay.
So for me, the clearest way to achieve what I understand that this amendment is trying to achieve is by doing the one-time rebate. So I can't support it like this, but I would be prepared to support the $30 per household one-time rebate. So I guess another question for the mover is based on what you've heard, are you happy with this? Are you willing to adjust your wording to support a one-time rebate, or is this the motion you wish to put forward?
To you, Mayor Masters, I'm staying with the motions that's on the floor now, because it gives a gives a bigger impact on the residents and taxpayer over maybe 1 or 2, 3 years. This is one-time thing, and we go back to what it was. So this makes more sense to tell the residents you're getting a little bit of more impact on their bottom line on the base side than just a one-time thing. So over the years, yeah, it's 11 cents, whatever it is, but it's a longer and a better, more sustainable impact. I know we have reserves, we have surpluses. Just to give a rationale, in 2010-11, we had 9% for 3 years, and then followed that with another 9% for another 3 years, and then we had 6% for another 3 years. So we've done a lot of the percentages that we've collected a lot of the cash. So this is more of an impact on residents saying, this isn't just a little token. It makes a lot of sense to give something more meaningful. And this 2% I can see maybe was a little bit too heavy, but 1% I can live with that, meaning is that residents can live with that and they can actually see a greater impact on it because it says it's over the next 3 years that way. So I'm staying with this.
Okay, and I guess what I should say as well, that so I understand your rationale, and I would wish I could support it, but what I would like to see is the one-time rebate and then further analysis by administration in relation to the concerns that you have raised prior to the next year's budget process. So as it sits, I won't support it like this. It was worded a bit differently with some takeaways for administration. I would.
So Mayor, if I may, so what I'm looking at is the consumption charge doesn't change. So if you're there and you open up your tap and let it run, you pay for that. That's what that's all about. What changes is the base. And so if you look at the water bill, you have 3 charges before you even, so my bill is $30, but I'm paying $70. I understand for lines and pipes and all this stuff. I get it. But I think we've collected a lot of percentage over the years to get us to where we are. I think we need to show our taxpayers, especially now that we're changing things around with our utilities, it involves base, and its consumption stays the same. So if you use a lot of water, you're still paying that. But it's on the base side that we need to show a little bit of a, I'm not saying restraint, but just to show a little bit of, not even a compassion, but we need to be more, what the word is, that we mean that we do something. We're not just a little token thing. So the resident can see that we are trying our best to make sure that, yes, we have a good quality of water, but at the same time we care about our affordability. Because if you look at, we are the highest one in our neighborhood, in our neighbors around the Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta. We are the highest on all the bases. So we need to do something. So I'm staying with this one. I'm not going to say any more. I'll have my closing remarks, but thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. I like your optimism. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. It just brings up some concerns about, obviously, Councillor Fundura is not running in the next election, so he doesn't have to deal with it, joking aside. What is the difference, though, if we just do a one-time $30? Like, how much money is that difference? Sorry, and it's like cents, I do believe. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, if we did a $30 one-time rebate for 76,000 customers, it is approximately $2,280,000. And that is a one-time rebate. That's the impact.
Right.
When you do it as suggested here, it adds up every year, and that's where we get to it was 68 million, now the 1%, I'm going to say it's probably in the range of 40 to 50 million.
And the other thing that concerns me is when we say we're going to do a one-time, or the 1%, it's not just a 1% and then it's all said and done. It's a lot of administration work behind the scenes too to do that. Is it much easier to just do the $30 one time, or versus the 1%? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Masters. As far as the administration work, there is some work obviously to implement a one-time rebate.
Yeah.
If the 1% rate increase is approved, what that does is that we need to then rebalance our capital plan,
Right.
and that does take work.
Yeah.
Work aside, it's more, can we deliver what's needed for the utility to make sure it's reliable in the future, which is more the important question, I think, and puts things at risk a little bit, that we need to make some choices on our capital plan.
Right, and that's, I don't believe that's a really responsible decision. It's not just a token of niceness or kindness, it's a matter of being responsible for the future and for our kids and stuff. So, okay, thank you. I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Does any other member of council wish to ask any questions? Councillor Hawkins? There we go.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question just for clarification. What do the words "as a one-time reduction for 2024" add to the meaning of the amendment?
Through you, Mayor Masters, from administration perspective, it does not add anything to the motion.
So, again, through you, Madam Mayor, it'll go down to 3% base utility rate for 2024, and then sometime, maybe December 2024, council will sit and decide the base utility rate again. Maybe it'll decide 6%, maybe 4%, maybe 2%. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct.
On that basis, I'd ask the mover if he'd just simply remove those words. They add nothing to the meaning of the amendment. Thank you, and I'll support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Before I turn it back over to Councillor Findura to close, just listening to a bunch of numbers again. Let me see if I got this straight. What have the surpluses been for Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant for the last 5 years? Or deficits, as the case may be?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have Buffalo Pound's water treatment plant information. I've got the overall utility information.
Okay, from the utility perspective, we have $3.2 million close of this year?
That's the forecasted, Mayor Masters.
3.2 million, okay. And what about the previous few years?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so in 2022, we had a $0.2 million surplus, 200,000. In 2021, 2.8 million, and in 2020, 2.3 million.
Sorry, what was 2020 again?
2.3 million.
2019 is surplus as well?
I don't have that information.
Okay, no, it's okay,
Yep.
that's fine.
Through you, Mayor Masters, when we look back at the records, generally it's tied to wet and dry years. So we've had dry years for the last 3 years. Wet years, we do not try to have a negative balance, but it's much closer to zero.
So does Ms. Carlick gave a number for the forecasted balance of our reserve at 92.5 million. Does that include the 3.2 million forecasted for this year? Surplus? And we have a max on that reserve at $90 million. It's okay. You want me to get your mic's on?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So you're coming up with $30 instead of 42 for the full surplus. You're coming up with 30 is based upon leaving it at a max at $90 million.
Through Mayor Masters, yes, I chose $30 just as a good estimate and would still allow some variance in that operating budget, but that's exactly what I was looking at.
So Councillor Findura shared it was 9% for 3 years, starting in 2010. Actually 9% for 6 years, as it turns out, and then it went to 6% for 3 years. If I got my math right, I'm into 2019. In 2019, what did the base utility rate become that we charged customers?
Through you, Mayor Masters, just give me 1 second. I have that information at my fingertips. So in 2019, we had a 3% rate increase.
2020?
3%.
Has it been 3% every year?
No, through you, Mayor Masters. 2019 and 2020 and 2021 was 3%. 2022 was 5%, and that was broken down as a 3% base and 2% for the lead service connection management program. 2023 and 2024, obviously we're discussing now. 2023 was the 4.5%, and now we're talking about 2024 right now.
So 2021 was 5%. 2022 was serious, Pete. 2021 was 5%, 2023 was 4.5%. And 2024, we're talking right now about, give it to me again, 2021, holy smokes.
No problem. Through you, Mayor Masters, 2021 was 3%.
Got it.
2022 was 5%. 2023 was 4.5%. And we are discussing the 2024 right now.
How many other reserves do we hold that are at their max? Mr. Lacy?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have that directly at my fingertips. I'll ask if Ms. Krulak does. My recollection is it's a handful that are above their maximum guideline. But I'll ask Ms. Krulak to confirm that.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I just need a minute. My Surface is not linking to our network, so it's causing a delay, but I'll have that for you in a few minutes.
Thank you. And if I heard correctly, in terms of all the numbers we're listening to, $1.7 million is essentially a utility rate point, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
Huh. We don't have a policy to just automatically rebate folks when we have a surplus?
Through you, Mayor Masters, nothing that I'm aware of, no.
In your modeling, what's the long term, what does the base need to increase every year now that we're sitting at our max reserve?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we predict that the long-term utility rates need to be aligned with inflation in order to have a sustainable financial model. And so obviously that is a bit unknown, but we predicted that to be in that 3 to 4% range long-term.
And so council was just playing catch-up when they were doing 9, 9, and 6, and 5s?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that is correct. So there was a lot of work done to understand what is needed to get our utility model into a financially sustainable position. And from 2008 to 2015, there were 9% increases and 8% increases to get us to a point where we can do proper asset management programs. As an example, we would, in the early 2000s, we would replace about 1 kilometer or 2 kilometers of small diameter water mains. Our break history were at the time going exponentially higher and higher, and so we were able to significantly increase that investment, where now we're looking at 10 plus kilometers of small diameter water mains to reduce those water main breaks. And that same situation applies to wastewater pipes and also improving our drainage system. So we're now working towards, I'll say, proper asset management in the utility.
Mr. Lacy, where's the $90 million that's sitting in that reserve sitting right now? I guess it's 89 million roughly this year. Where's that sitting?
To you, Mayor Masters, so that would be in our cash reserves.
Not in our investment portfolio?
Well, we don't differentiate our total amount of cash reserves by fund, so technically, yes, part of it could be sitting in our third-party investment portfolio, yes.
Sorry, but how much is in the investment portfolio earning an interest return right now? or, sorry, an investment return right now.
With respect to the third-party investment portfolio? Ms. Krulak, do you have that information on hand?
She's thinking of something else.
I know. Unfortunately, my memory's not that good.
I can pull that up as well. Based on the reserve report through the chair, in 2020, at the end of 2022, my team's just looking at the forecast for me, we had 5 reserves above their maximum limit, including the general utility reserve, the fleet replacement reserve, golf course reserve, employer provided parking reserve, and the community investments grant reserve.
Right, so Ms. Krulak, the amount return that we have with respect, A, the amount of money we have with our third-party investment manager, and B, what we're forecasting the return is. And we may want to include, once you find that, realized and unrealized gains.
Thanks. I'll give you a minute. Mr. Toney, what, in terms of our financial model, that this reserve is set at $90 million, and we'd really like to keep it at $90 million, how much money can we spend annually on work done? What do we normally put in a budget that comes out of this reserve?
Oh, through you, Mayor Masters. We can find that by looking at our capital plan. 1 second, let me flip to that.
Well, when I asked for multiple years, I guess I'm counting on you as the expert.
In 2024, we have okay, so in 2024, we have 105 million, but I'm going to caveat that by saying that also includes our SAF funding, so it's not all coming from the utility reserve. But when we look at the 5-year plan, it goes from 105 million, spikes to 187 million in 2025. 2026 is 128 million. 2027 is 100
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Doney.
Yep.
Actually, what are we drawing down on reserves?
From
Because you're not
utility.
taking $187 million from a $90 million reserve, and some of that will be funded with borrowing and all of this. So in terms of what we actually pull from that reserve, in terms of the work that we're going to do annually.
Mr. Lacey.
So
we have
through
those
you,
numbers.
Mayor Masters, so the utility budget for 2024 totals 105.9 million, of which 76.6 million is being pulled from the reserve. 2025 is 187 million, 93.7 million being pulled from the reserve. The other 93 million is service agreement fee related. This is largely the Easter pressure solution, I believe. And then in 2026, 129 million total budget, 76.5 pulled from the reserve. 2027, 128 million, 83 million pulled from the reserve. And in 2028, 87.1 million with 74 million pulled from the reserve.
So we pull on average $77 million.
Somewhere between 70 and 80 million,
Yeah, somewhere in there. So I'll even round it up, be conservative. $80 million. We pull $80 million out of that reserve every year, and we fund it to the tune of $90 million every year.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's generally correct, and I'll just remind council when we had the conversation about private-led service connections, and I showed council the utility investment model for 2023 to 2033, and we see that reserve dropping substantially, largely to large capital projects that are on the books to be completed. Some of the large ones are wastewater projects, and so we need to determine how we're going to reduce the risk of wastewater sewer backups and wastewater going into Wascana Creek. So one large project is a tunnel that runs from east to west of about 130 million, I believe. So that is something that is occurring in approximately the year 2030 that will start.
Okay, I appreciate that. In terms of the 3%, so that seems to be the number. Even when inflation isn't at 3%, it seems to be the number, clearly not this year. But when you have a $3.2 million surplus, and actually forgetting that one, 2.8 and 2.3 in 2021 and 2020, that actually didn't adjust what we charge customers, did it?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I can't have a direct correlation between that and what we charge customers, but it did go into the utility reserve, and we made a conscious choice of should we be charging a 3% or 4% or 5% based on the overall utility model.
Right, but $2.8 million is, by this math, 1.7% in terms of a charge to the utility customer, charge to a customer. So in 2021, instead of 3%, we actually collected 4.7 from them, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm not going to connect that dot because it's the cumulative impact. So in that 1 year, yes, but that's not the same as doing a 1% or 1.7% increase.
Yeah, and I understand that. You're looking at the build-up over time to make sure that base tax collected is super good with that. But I think from Councillor Findura's perspective, in terms of relief to a customer, we did collect 4.7 because we actually, instead of rebating the customer, we just kept the money and put it in the reserve. So now we're in excess of our max at the end of this year.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, and the reason we collected more funding is because residents bought more water. So not on the base amount, but on the overall water usage.
Okay.
That may have been from customers watering their lawns, or it could have been from businesses using more water for their business.
Okay. Okay. That's what I tell you. And I don't think I have an answer yet on the investment account, right?
So through the chair, our external investment portfolio is $386.8 million approximately. And internal cash held centrally outside the external investment manager of about approximately $131 million.
I apologize, Ms. Trillo. Can you repeat that last answer? I got the 386.8. I didn't hear the rest of what you said.
$131 million.
One more time?
$131 million.
That's our cash?
It includes some of our GIC investments that we do internally, that the investment manager does not handle through the chair.
Okay. Mr. Doney, what do you think about a policy that requires any surplus from consumption to be rebated basically every January, February back to our customers?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think the risk of that is that when there's a deficit, it would come from the utility reserve, and so I don't think that policy would also include an extra utility rate increase or a one-time increase. And without doing that, I think you run the risk of using the reserve to cover operating deficits. That is not the overall intent of the reserve.
Understood. I just wanted to clarify something. You can help me out with the math on this. You said $68 million was the number for the 2%. Based upon and then you said something about 40 to 50 million for 1%, but it goes the other way, doesn't it? It's actually much cheaper for a 1% in terms of the long-term implications from a compounding effect. It doesn't go the other way, does it?
Through you, Mayor Masters, with the use of technology, I have that number here now. It's $31 million.
Thank you. And that 31 million is affected on an annual basis?
No, through you, Mayor Masters, that's the impact over 25 years. And so through you, Mayor Masters, year one would be, I'm pretty confident in this math, about 900,000, half of the 1.8 million, and then it would just accumulate over those 25 years to get to us approximately the 31 million total.
Councillor Nelson, you've already spoken on the matter? Yeah. Yeah, you did. Okay. Yeah, you did. We opened with the amendment, so yes, you did. Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Doney, Mr. Lacy, Ms. Kralik, for the math quiz today, trying to make sense of the numbers. There's no other member of council looking to speak. Councillor Fender, you got 3 minutes to close.
Just a one round, or folks happy with one round? Don't want to go any further? Let's get on.
Apologize. You know what, you're right, you get a second round. I forget. Sure, why not?
Yeah, there you go. We can do
We are
another
doing
day.
amendment, but it's the same rule applies. The clerk filled me in, the same rule applies. This is round 2. Councillor Fender, you're off. Councillor Nelson, you're on.
Okay, thank you. So just to, we got it? Okay, so just to go off of what we're talking here, it's $31 million, $900,000 the first year. What I'm concerned about too is the lead pipe. I know we've always been talking about that, it's been up for years, we don't want to take money away from that. What will be the effects of doing this in order for us to get that project? That's a huge project coming forward, there's a lot of questions from our residents. What would be the impact, or can you even give me the impact of that through the chair?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, I can put it into perspective. So right now we have, I believe, roughly 2,800 public lead service connections left. And so each lead service connection costs, I'll say $10,000 a connection for easy math. So that's $28 million to replace all of our lead service connections. Obviously, council has previously approved to have that program completed by 2036. So there's $2.8 million a year in there. And we would proceed with that unless directed otherwise. But we do need to reduce the capital plan by $31 million in either our drinking water, our wastewater, or our stormwater system.
So in order to do this, we'd have to reduce the capital, still do the lead service, but then we'd have to reduce the capital spending, and that affects, can you just speak briefly to that, because that kind of scares me?
Absolutely.
Through you, Chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the utility funds drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater. One possibility would be reducing the number of drainage projects we do. So we have a project right now in Northeast neighborhood that we're working on to try to reduce the amount of sewer backups in the home.
Yes.
We would not be doing a project in the future because we need to reduce $31 million. Those projects cost around $15 million a piece, so 2 drainage projects would not proceed in the long-term capital plan.
So, I was kind of figuring that was going to happen, and my north community was very excited to finally have a house that didn't have sewer backup in their basement. So, sewer backup or 1% less on your base rate for water. Is that the Coleman's notes?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that's a good summary.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Excellent, I guess that means I get round 2 too. So we agreed that $80 million gets spent annually, give or take.
Through you, Mayor Masters, for the next 5 years, that is accurate.
It's not going to really go down, is it ever, Mr. Doney?
No, through you, Mayor Masters, it's not going down. And then the reason I say 5 years, because I'm looking at a 10-year plan here that has year 2030 upwards of $100 million and exceeding from there.
So in terms of, I'll use 90, again, I'll use 100. No, because that's not what the point I'm trying to make. So $90 million on 25 years is 2.25 billion, does that sound right? That's about 100 million a year at 25 years, so about $2.2 billion spent.
Yep, through you, Mayor Masters, 100, if you use easy math, 100 million times 25 years would be $2.5 billion.
So this 1% rate reduction, while you're saying it's $31 million over 25 years, is 1.4% of the 2.25 billion, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I didn't quite follow that, but I'm confident in what you're referring to.
Oh, you're saying $31 million is what this particular motion costs us over the course of 25 years. On average, if we're spending 90 million, which we know is actually going to be even higher, but call it 90 million a year over 25 years is 2.25 billion, and so 31 million out of that 2.25 billion is 1.4%.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
So this messes us 1.4%. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I understand the long-term repercussions. I also understand that this recipe has to be rejigged next year to be brought back into check. I'm looking at this from a resident's point of view. If I had a $100 tax bill this year and I got a $30 rebate to help, combat inflation because it's horrible, that means I'd pay $70 this year and I'd be really happy with my counselor. But the increase going forward for both years means that bill still went up this year, and next year it goes up again. And now there's no rebate next year to cover off the gap. And one of the biggest things people experience is the rise in costs and that gap in funding that they have to pay. So it'd be great to have a rebate handed out, but that incremental spend is going to affect everyone's pocketbooks. The reason why I was friendly to move the amendment from 4% to 3%, after I've been one of the guys in the room who's always been trying to promote good long-term planning and upgrading our facilities and upgrading our infrastructure, is because there's been multiple years where we had a little bit extra money through revenues to expenses. This change can account for that by the years gone by, should they stick to what's happened in the previous 3 or 4 years without upsetting the apple cart too far, as they come in time next year to recalculate what the effective rate should be going forward. Not to have that sticker shock come to the residents because they were lucky enough to receive a rebate but still have the exponential growth happen year to year is what I'm trying to stay away from happening, and that's why I'm supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Skiniak, please go ahead.
So I do understand what the objective is here. I am concerned that we don't have the expertise on the floor to be sorting this out on the floor of council. I'm also concerned with the impacts of climate change and the, some which we can predict. We have a sense of what might be happening long-term with our water supply and changes in precipitation here in the prairies in Regina, but some which we don't know yet. We talked about the potential impact on capital projects in terms of like sewer backups, that reducing those. I do think this will have an impact on lead service connection replacement. We've heard about how important that is. This is why I'm not comfortable making this decision here today on the floor of council. I was supportive of a one-time rebate, whatever that may be, but also I think administration has received clear direction that council would like there to be a very careful analysis prior to the next budget process, regardless of what happens with this amendment, and I'm comfortable leaving it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skiniak. Councillor Fundura, there's nobody else wants to speak. You go ahead and close off debate.
Yeah, let's move on. This is riveting. This is exciting, and I appreciate this on the floor. We need to talk about things like this. So, quick comment on my point is every second year or third year we do move that number up and down, and we've never asked that question to say, when we move these numbers up and down, what happens? We just left it at that. So going forward, we will be moving that number up and down again and again, and you can move it when you need it, and it comes here. It's a responsibility of the city council to move that number if you're talking about lead service, if you're talking about upgrades, if you're talking about issues, if you're talking about impacts, there's some kind of problem you have, it comes here. It's been like this since I've been here. Like I said, 9, 9, 8, 6, up, down. So we don't have to think about it. Administration has the numbers. They come and say, okay, we're going to need 5% like we did before. We're going to need 4.7 like we did before. We need 5 because we need 2% for lead service. We could come back again in a year or two, say, you know what, we want to speed this up. we're gonna put 5%, we need 2 more percent on the lead. We have the ability to do it here. It's not like, I'm gonna say that administration knows exactly what they're doing. So I don't understand where, we can say that they don't know. They do know, and we do know. We understand the process. So this is hence, I see that this, and again, if you look at the charges, we don't stop at the charge. The charge still come. We still collect. And we still put to our reserves, our surpluses, and we have the operation. This is a long range. And that long range, you don't know what happens 2 years, 3 years from now. Everything could collapse. So you have the ability to come to this table and say, we need, like we did 0.5 for recreation. We have that ability. We need 1% for this. We have the ability to do that, to fix these things. And we still charge the base on water, based on sewer, based on drainage. It's still coming. So I see the impacts are everywhere at all levels. But we still collect. It is the 3%, not 4%. Next year, it'll be 3%, it could be more. So I just ask council to look at the impact and affordability. So affordability, if you look at our two-year budget last year, our affordability is, we are the highest in Monmouth, Calgary, Edmonton, Saskatoon, Winnipeg.
Councilor Fedora, 15 seconds.
15 seconds. So you're still collecting 2.3 monthly increase average on the base. So there's been increase all the time. Even if you lower it down to 3, you're still collecting. So Mayor, I appreciate if council can look at that. There's, the impacts are there. Cut. So cut the 1%.
Thank you, Councilor Fedora. Clerks, can you please start the vote?
Mrs. LeBlanc opposed.
This is Counselor Moll. I'm in favor.
We have it, Councilor Moll. Thank you. It came through electronically. Voting in favor were Councilors Hawkins, Bresciani, Fendura, Mancinelli, Moll, yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councilors Nelson, Stadnichuk, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak. Councilor Stevens is away from today's meeting.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Councilor, one moment, please, Councilor Fedora. I just got to go check the main motion clock for you. No, you got 3 minutes, my friend. I think this is only round 1, too. So, have at her.
I'll give Councilor Zahidnia my 2-3 minutes. Okay, I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Stadnichuk, questions on the utility?
This is round 1 or 2?
This is round 1. But
I'm
if
gonna
everybody
pass
passes,
right
we're going to
now.
be, okay, we're coming
I'm gonna
back fast. Thank you, Councilor Stadnichuk. Councilor Mancinelli, you're up.
I got really prepared for capital and operations. This utility with percentage is the only thing I was really worried about. I don't have any other notes on it. I think I'm good.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Nelson, you have questions on the utility, operating, or capital budget?
Or the capital budget? I thought we were only on the utility.
You're on the utility, operating, and capital budget for utility.
For utilities? Oh, okay, well, I guess now with this mill rate decrease that went through, so that whole project for my Northeast community people is gonna be null and void? Is that 100% correct now?
Councilor Doney. Sorry. Oh. You don't, I'm going to tell you, the pay is way less, and you don't want to be on this side.
Through through you, Mayor Masters. So with the approval of the 1% utility rate reduction, it will not have an impact on existing construction projects, such as the Northeast Drainage project, unless council wants to influence the actual capital budget short term. Of course, you have that ability. The impact is going to be on the future capital projects where we will do $31 million less in the future. So anything that's ongoing will continue.
Anything that's ongoing, but that new one that you had come up with, the the underground, is that project now going to be stalled, Madam Mayor?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So currently we have a Northeast Neighborhood Drainage Improvement Project ongoing. In this budget, there's $6 million request in 2024 to continue that. And so that will continue unless council gives direction that it should not continue.
Okay, thank you for that. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Bresciani, do you have any questions for Mr. Donny?
I don't, I'll wait for next round. Okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins.
Nothing from me, thanks.
Told you this would happen. Councillor Skidniak, go for it.
Yeah, I do have. I have an amendment. And hopefully mine's fairly straightforward. That's what I'm putting out to the universe. Amber has it and she can put it up. This is in relation to the one I had already put up there and then withdrawn. I worked on it a bit over the weekend. Or Amber's not here, so maybe Martha will put it up. Okay. And so I will read it while she's looking for it. So my amendment is that the eligible rebate for all. I
could give her some of these.
Councillor Mole, your microphone is on right now?
Here, a little bit, I can give her, sure. You really want me to try that?
1 minute,
Well,
Councillor Mole.
Yeah.
He's on site working, so there we go. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I don't necessarily need to read it now, but what I'm proposing here is that we currently have $100, okay, it won't look there, $100 eligible rebate for all households with lead service connections. That is the status quo. If we increase that rebate to up to $350 per year, this would allow folks, if they wish to utilize the bottled water service as proposed to us by the Get the Lead Out Committee and their research that they did for how much that would cost. If you'll recall, some of that was concerns about the efficacy of filters, concerns about the ability to cook or like fill up a bathtub for your kid using a filter. You know, it's not something that's meant for large volumes of water. So the reason, so I spoke with administration in relation to this, and it is the case that currently, although it's a significant increase, there are lots of, right now, we, although that we have 8,000 households that are eligible for this rebate, in 2022, we only provided 414 filters, and in 2023, we provided 729 filters. So I will ask Mr. Doney, but the thought was that with the increase to 350, it doesn't mean that like all of a sudden it's very unlikely that every single household would be utilizing this. It might, hopefully it'll help with the uptake, that's the point of it, but it's not going to jump to 100% utilization. That's unlikely. So Mr. Doney, I don't know if you have anything to add in terms of.
Because as the councillor has suggested, 414 in 2022 and around 730 in 2023. So based on that uptake, I think there is funding available, or if there was, if we were over budget, it would be minimal within the operating budget. Does have an impact on that operating surplus that we just talked about, and so that is a risk going forward. But in general, I think it's something that is reasonable.
How much time do I have left?
Is reasonable.
How much time do I have left?
Minute 55.
Oh, great. And so, thank you. So so this is an increase, the proposed increase that I'm suggesting for this year. You'll note in there that I also suggest that administration come back to council to let us know prior to the next year's budget, what were the implications of this? They're, reduce the, like if it turns out, oh, that was too much, we can't handle it. But the 350 is so that it does provide the option for somebody to utilize that bottled water service for a year, should they wish to. People can still use filters. They can still, should they choose to drink lead water. I mean, people have the option to do whatever option they want. This just provides the ability for them to utilize a bottled water service. And we're not going to proactively go out and drop off bottled water at everybody's doorstep because we don't know, first of all, if people have other systems in place, and secondly, like if people would use it. But there would be a plan for administration to communicate clearly this change to folks, which just provides them with more options. I think that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sakiniak. You did well. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And through the mayor, I guess a couple of questions. Currently, with the filter program, is our city staff actually delivering, or they're only responding to requests for the filters?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we're doing both. So we will respond if called. We also have a filter drop program that we administer, where we literally go block by block and knock and see if someone's there to accept a filter.
And furthermore, through the mayor, there's also an option that people could just, if they had their own filter system, that's maybe a built-in system, they could just apply for a rebate of $100.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes. If they have a proof of receipt, they can submit that for a $100 rebate.
Okay. So if this passed, then what would happen is it would be just a maximum of $350 per year. So it would be up to the household that has a lead service connection to decide how they were going to use that. And they they'd have to submit receipts, of course.
Through
Is
you,
that
Mayor
correct?
Masters.
Through the mayor?
Yep.
Yeah. The other point is that every year you're doing approximately 220 lead service connection replacements, and that's what's scheduled to the next however many years, 10, 12 years?
Yep. Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct. So council has provided the funding to do approximately that many 220 lead service connections a year. We are also hydrovacing to determine if it is lead service connection or not. So we are actually removing more than 220 from the inventory because we're finding some that are not lead service connections. And of course, it's much more efficient and effective to do a small hole and determine that material before we do a complete dig and replace the entire pipe. So we're well on our way to having them all replaced as per council's direction.
Okay, thank you. I support this. I think that, as we heard, that filters are not the most, well, it's not so much that they're not as effective, but it's just a lot more difficult to do your cooking and have it provide all of your drinking water use. And as we continue to replace the lead service connections, the number of people who would be eligible for this would also be dropping, so the cost would theoretically drop every year, depending on the uptake, of course. So I support it. I think it's really important. We heard all of the health impacts that lead does have on, especially on infants, on children, and I think this is a really good motion, so I support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you. So just give me, 729 filters were asked for from residents for 2023. Am I correct in that number through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we distributed 729. So not necessarily did we get 729 calls, but that includes the number of filters that we actually dropped off at people's homes unsolicited, just in our filter drop-off days.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand this then. So so people call in to get a filter, is that how it works? Or saying that they need a filter, or wondering if they have lead in their water? I'm just trying to understand it. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, all the above. They typically would call in and ask, you know, could they have a lead service connection? And we would point them to the website and walk them through a process to go to their basement and determine if they have a lead service connection. They can then get their water tested to confirm if it has lead in it or not.
Okay.
And then we would encourage them to have a filter that we can either drop off or they can pick up.
Okay. So there's a bunch of people that have lead in their pipes, but they don't inquire to get filters, obviously for the numbers here. The bottled water, and are we talking like not little bottled waters? We're talking like the Culligan or the whatever, sorry, boost the big bottle. So, and our idea of that water getting to people's houses is by them ordering it and submitting the bill to us at the city. We're not going to be delivering water. We didn't take that job on, did we? For you?
Through you,
The
Mayor
chair?
Masters, what you said is correct, is that they would make their arrangements with a water supply provider and submit the receipt to the city.
Okay. And so from talking to people with lead and the people that came to us, is this the answer that now they'll feel safer? Is this kind of the thing? Through you, Madam Mayor? I don't know who I want to respond.
Sorry. Scientific poll results?
No, I think the question was, like, the folks who came to us with their concerns, like, would this respond to some of their concerns?
Some or all of their concerns? Or just like-
I mean, what they were, in their delegation, they had talked about bottled water delivery, and perhaps were suggesting that the city take that on. This is what I came up with to avoid that, and also avoid the potential waste of us just distributing bottled water, not knowing if folks even want it. So I do believe that if it was a barrier for folks to pay and submit a receipt to the city, when I spoke with Mr. Doney, I think he said that there would be the possibility of seeing like that the city could pay those water companies directly if the cost was a barrier for folks, instead of them having to pay in advance and us pay them back. But this does not involve us, the city, taking on delivering water, and I think does respond to the essential concern of not everybody wants to use the filters.
Okay, and kind of what my question is and where we're going with this is, I just want them to feel safe. I mean, we keep hearing it and hearing it, and it's like, okay, well, what's the answer? What can we do? We can't obviously change all the pipes right now, because you guys all voted for a 1% decrease, so now we're really hooped. But this will at least appease to the questions and the concerns that they've been having. Am I correct in understanding?
Yes, and I spoke with them this morning, and to get some clarity and make sure I understood their concerns, and this is a step beyond what we are doing. We don't spend our budget every year, even with so there is extra money in that budget.
Okay.
There's a risk that if everybody did it, obviously we'd have to, we'd be over the budget, but based on past numbers, the chances of it going from 471 to 8,000 in 1 year are extremely low, I would say. But honestly, would be, I mean, we want more people drinking lead-free water.
So the question, because you brought that up, and this is what's kind of concerning me, is why are we jumping all the way up to 350? Why can't we say, okay, let's 200, and if there's a bunch of people in uptake, because I know our office gets water, and we don't have we have like a $20 bill every 2 weeks. Is there a chance of amending this to the $200 and then see what the intake is after that?
So the reason for the 350 is because that would cover them should they wish to use a bottled water service provider for a year. The 350, the notion for that was that they would be covered under the 350 per year. But Mr. Doney, did we determine that is the cost per year?
Where did you come up with 350? That's the cost. Through you. Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so $350 per year is an estimate. It is just an estimate because there might be 2 people living in a home or 10 people living in a home, so that is going to be a big range. So $350 per household is our estimate for an average home of 4 that would use the water just for drinking purposes.
An average home of probably like 4 people, is that what you're saying? I'm okay with this, but I'm just concerned, like, I don't understand why we have to jump $250, like, maybe a modest, like, $200. I mean, I used to haul water on the farm, and we just learned how to not use as much water when we hauled water. I'm just concerned that it's such a huge jump to 350, and if we can just start out with maybe 200 and then see what happens.
Well, I think I don't know if we could potentially drop it a bit. However, if the objective is for folks to be able to utilize a bottled water service instead of a filter, and that's a way for them to have access to safe drinking water, if we drop it down too much, that won't be an option for them.
I'm going to correct your wording, because it is safe drinking water, even though there's lead in it.
Not with the
And we've
lead.
proven that, Health Canada has proven that. So
don't think so.
$350 is what, to get a water company to come to your water and drop water off, is that what you're saying? Or doesn't that go by bottles, like?
Yes, right. So I guess that's what Mr.
Yeah.
Doney was saying. That's like, and because it's a rebate, they're only going to get reimbursed what they spent. They're not going to get reimbursed $150 if they don't spend it.
Yeah, no, I know, so. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Fundura. You know, we're probably like a minute in advance. Councillor Fundura, why don't you hold your powder, turn your light back on, and we'll take our 15 right now. I take that as a signal, Councillor Hawkins.
Okay, to you, Mayor, the comments administration made that there wasn't really big uptake on the Brita filters and all that. You have done everything possible to email folks, drop things off, and still no uptake. Can you just give me a little bit more update on that? I mean, I'm kind of questioning why not, right? Folks know that there's lead, they know what the problem is. Why such a low uptake? Mayor?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So, yes, we have done a lot to communicate it. Obviously, we can continue to do more, which we will do so. A wide variety of different tactics we've used. Heading out to community events is one situation where we have a booth out there and meeting with residents and sharing information. Physically going to people's homes and dropping off filters is another tactic. Also, every person who has a lead service connection receives a letter from the city in the fall typically that states, based on our records, you've got a lead service connection, and points them to our website to tell them how they can confirm they have a lead service connection and to contact us if they've got any questions, and outlines the entire lead service connection management program. So I think we're doing lots of engagement work, and we'll continue to do that in 2024 to share the information and the messages that there are ways to reduce lead in your drinking water if you use filters or have your lead service connection replaced.
Okay, so then I'm through the mayor. I'm looking at another with the amendment, another bigger effort. I'm kind of just looking for some kind of a comment. Are we going to have better uptake with this than what we had before? So this is where I'm kind of having thoughts about, is this going to work to where you want to go? And I think the question is this going to cause, just financially, but is this going to cause stress for the administration? For instance, if you would have to deliver water, or you would have to pay for water if someone is not able to pay for, what kind of logistical problems are we finding ourselves into if we go that route? Mayor?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the way I read this motion is that we are increasing the rebate from $100 to $350. We are not delivering water as an administration to homes, but residents can choose that option and submit that receipt if they wanted to. And I think this is the least amount of work for administration to administer would be something like is in front of you today.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. In the current budget for the program with the filters, what do we budget to enact that program?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we have $170,000 per year.
Okay. And how would this affect budget to allow for this to go forward the way it's written? Would we increase the amount we have budgeted to make sure that we'd be able to cover off everyone who might ask, who might have a lead service connection?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so I would take direction from council on this, but just to provide context, there's around, at least 8,000 households, and so 8,000 households times $350 is in the order of $2.8 million. I would not recommend we increase the operating budget that much because of the low uptake, knowing, but realizing that there may be an operational variance if there is a large uptake.
Okay. I would prefer to approach this with the amounts previously budgeted, especially when you cite the uptake that's been historically brought about. And would I have to make an amendment or anything to say any kind of a report back if there's a variance and an extra expense for council to be accountable, aware of, and authorize the extra spend to go out? Would that be proper? And that way we're the ones making the decision and once again being responsible for the outcomes?
Councillor, before you answer that, Councillor Mancinelli, there is an amendment on the floor, so I
Yeah.
suppose if it passes when it gets to you, you would do something on that, but this right now has no source funding for it.
Okay.
So if you're asking that question, I think
Okay.
that's
I'm
allowed.
too deep in the weeds for what we're discussing right now is what I'm
Yeah.
hearing, and I'll just kind of hop back.
Yeah,
and
I
wait.
mean, Mr. Doney, if you have a response to that, however, this motion would have to pass in order for your answer to be relevant at all.
Yeah, sorry, too much time scrubbing the budget books on the weekend trying to put plans together. My apologies. I do have one more question. On an environmental lens, just thinking about bottled water, is this like individual 1 liter plastic bottles of water we're delivering? Just no big jugs and everything. I'm just wondering if there's any type of an environmental lens we should stare at this through. And I don't know who to answer that, just asking the question because I'm not a fan of plastics.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll give you my perspective. This rebate would be available to anyone who purchased water. In order to actually have enough water for a household per year, you'd need to buy it in the large jugs. I think they're, well, don't quote me, the large jugs. I think you know what I'm referring to. And so that's what we would expect. But we would not deny any invoices that came forward, even for small bottled water, just because it is still meeting the intent.
Thanks. I guess over a weighted decision, someone's brain health is worth more. We can figure out our recycling problems and plastic problems as we go. They're not going to go away. So I think I'm scratching at nothing there, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Do we know how many other cities or which other cities have done a bottled water program for LAD through the chair? Or if there is any?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Ms. Arid if she has any details. To my knowledge, I'm not aware of any large-scale companies providing, in Canada at least, a bottled water service.
Through you, Madam Mayor, our understanding is that most Canadian cities don't provide a bottled water program. They're mostly providing filters.
Okay, thank you very much. How did you say if this were to pass, how would this be paid? Like, is this through a mill rate increase? Is this like, how would that work through the chair? What are you recommending?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so we have $170,000 per year. That's in the current utility budget. And so it's paid for based on our utility rates that everyone pays. If the overall funding is more than $170,000 per year, we would need to do an operating variance, which then ties into at the end of the year, do we have an operating surplus or a deficit, as we just talked about earlier. And so if we have a deficit, it's funded by the utility reserve. If we have a surplus, then that goes into the utility reserve. So it is all funded from the utility rates.
In the past, have we been had a deficit through the chair? Or what has it been in the past?
Through you, Mayor Masters, for the last 3 years, it has been a surplus.
Surplus?
Primarily because we've had more water sales than expected because it's been dry.
Thank you. So the surplus has been what through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I will pull that information up again. It has ranged from about 0.2 million to 2.8 million, I believe.
Oh, yeah, yes. Sorry, I just meant on the lead, like the 170,000 that you're talking about per year. I apologize.
Yep.
I'm looking at have we used all the 170,000 or has there been a surplus or what's been in the past couple of years here?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we have not used all of the funding available. I'll ask Ms. Arid if she could provide that detail, please.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the budget of 170 in 2022, we spent 25,000 of that budget reimbursing for 414 or providing filters. So it's either reimbursements or providing filters. And then in 2023, we spent 39,000 of that 170,000 budget.
Sorry, did you say 30,000?
39,000.
39,000. Okay, so our current yearly budget is 170,000 every year for this. And currently in 2022, we only used 25,000. And in 2023, we only used 39,000?
That's correct.
Okay. So not fully using the 170,000. Okay. So what did administration say, how would this work if it went to a bottled, like if they were, say, and I'm just going to throw this out, say we haven't used the 170,000, we're going to offer the difference if you want to get a filter, if you want to use bottled water. How would that then, for administration, what would that work look like to give people a choice?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So as part of our current program, it's based on filters, but it can also be used for purchasing water. So there's not a lot of changes for administration.
Okay.
The amount just increases from $100 to $350.
I see, okay. So it's 3 times, a little more than 3 times.
Through you, Mayor Masters, 3.5 times, yeah.
Okay. I guess, for me, I understand the concern that's raised by Councillor Zakiniak. But I also know that we're not fully using this budget as well. I mean, at 100, but if we increase it to 350, that'll bring it more in par, maybe using it. But I guess I don't have any of the data of how it would work from other cities, and if they haven't been done. I think, do you see that if we brought in the bottled water, that it would then, people would not then obviously go to the filters? Like, it would deter the program that we're trying to, like, I get that it's easier to just get water rather than going through a filter. But I guess the concern is that, do you see it wiping out the filter program altogether? Like, is there any data that would share that? Like, I worry about that as well. If we're really trying to, because we know it's 13 years, isn't it? Do we have 13 years left?
Through you, Mayor Masters, by increasing this amount, I don't believe that the uptake is going to significantly increase, but that is just a projection on what we've seen. We've done, I would say, lots of engagement and communication with residents about the risk of lead in drinking water, and as mentioned and Ms. Aird confirmed, our uptake has not been significant. And I don't think the barrier is $100 that we've given. I think the barrier has just been residents have chosen or have not come forward to utilize the filter. So by increasing it to $350 per household, removes one barrier, a financial barrier, but I don't think that's the main barrier that has been presented why we don't have a huge uptake in the filter program.
But you see that people would probably choose the bottled water over the filter. Would you agree with that?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that would be the overall preference, but as an example, if you've got a family of 6 or 7, that's not going to meet your needs. If you've got a family of 4,
right, likely
if you're just using it for drinking water, it's probably going to be okay. So it's going to be really depending on your situation in your home.
Okay. What happens if the city decides that they want to change the line, but the homeowner does not want to? Because there's nothing mandatory that the homeowner has to change that. Is that how it works right now? So the city will say, we've got, your street's going to be done and the homeowner says, well, I can't afford to, or I don't want to. What is the city's responsibility in saying that you need to get that changed through the chair?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, so the current lead service connection management program states that if the public side is replaced, that the private side must also be replaced, okay, particularly during planned construction projects. So when we come through with a project, you give residents lots of notice. Council has also approved a deferral program where that cost of the private side can be put on your taxes for 5 years or 10 years for eligible residents.
Okay, thank you. This is really, it's a tough one because there's really no data to go on. I know the delegation did suggest that bottled water would be a good option. It's interesting that no other cities have taken this up, and I think probably it's due because there's a filter program in place. So if anything, the individual that came and spoke, it would be interesting to know more information as to what bottled water program she was addressing, but I don't have that information, so I won't be able to support this. Just because I would want more information as to what she was directing, what city, all that. And if there was more information to come back to council with something that at least we can address, but right now administration doesn't have any of the information that she was addressing, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if I read the amendment correct, maybe this question is for Councillor Zakiniak. You're not increasing the budget at all from 170,000. You're simply saying that folks can use up to $350 per household and buy water if they want.
That's right. And if it's necessary for clarity, I'd be willing to add something in there that administration would come back to council should that budget be exceeded. Like, should they be getting close to the budget, that they come back to council? I don't think that'll happen this year, but I'm willing to add clarity into the amendment if that's needed.
And you're not basing this on income qualification at all?
No. Because currently, everyone has access to the $100.
Thank you. Mr. Doney, we are year 2 into lead pipe replacement.
Through you, Mayor Masters. Yes. I'm just trying to think. We have 13 years left, Mayor Masters.
13 years left. And we got a report early this year, you're on, in fact, in some respects, you might be ahead because of your testing. You're realizing that of the, however many we started with, 8,500 or whatnot, that we've, not everybody, there's lead pipes that have been replaced, we just don't have history on it.
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters. So we quickly realized that it wasn't effective just to start digging holes and replacing the lead service connections. First, we would do something called hydrovacking and confirm the pipe material on the public side before we actually go through and do the replacement. So we were finding a number of them to date that were registered as lead service connections, but they are actually copper or another material.
Do you have an indication for the percentage that we're testing? Because I think we do about 200 a year, 225?
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Masters. So our target is 220 per year. I don't have the percentage in front of me, and what I'm going to say is that for planned work in areas that are older, we would do some checking and confirm that they're lead service connections, but it's those areas that are kind of on the edge of the 1960s, 1950s era where we're finding more of them that maybe aren't lead that were indicated as being lead. And so we're finding a high percentage now. I can't quantify the high right now, and I think that percentage will drop as we get into more and more older areas.
Okay, well, there's 2 rounds on the amendment, so I'll be done right now. Council.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mr. Dolney, why does the city provide filters to its residents?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we provide filters for the lead service connection program to reduce lead in drinking water.
And in making that decision, did the city research and was it satisfied that the filters provided would reduce lead in the water?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the filters that we provide meet a national sanitation standard that are registered to remove lead in drinking water.
Thank you, Mr. Dolney. We have a problem with lead in the water. We have a plan to replace pipes that put the lead in the water. We provide filters which meet national standards for removing lead in the water, which residents can use until we're able to replace the lines that affect them. That's a basic principle here. And I think that given that, as Councillor Bresciani has pointed out, we have no complete evidence or no scientific evidence at all that suggests that our filters are not adequate, or that suggests that any other system might be better. So on that basis, and keeping in mind affordability for the taxpayer, which is something that has to be before us in this budget debate, I just do not see how we can treat Regina taxpayers' wallets like a bottomless well. We're doing all we can, and we're doing enough, meeting national standards. I can't support this amendment. Thank you.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. We're on second round. Everyone want a question on the amendment? Oh, hello, Councillor Stadnicek, go ahead.
I guess through the mayor, question is, we provide filters, but what is the expectation that people in a household, they need to use the filtered water for all drinking, cooking purposes, is that correct? If they want, because cooking water does not eliminate the lead from the water, is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct. Boiling water does not reduce the lead in drinking water, and so we recommend that you use water that is filtered for any drinking purposes.
If this amendment goes through, we've already discussed that the entire budget is 170,000, and that so far in 2023, we've only spent 39,000, last year only 25,000. This is not an additional tax on Regina residents in any way if this passes. Isn't that correct, through the mayor?
Through you, Mayor Masters, based on the current uptake of the program, I don't foresee that we need an increase in utility rate. However, I want to put a very strong caveat on that. If there's a full uptake, the cost of the program is roughly $2.8 million on a $170,000 budget.
Right. Do we have any information that there may be some residents who haven't taken a filter because they're purchasing bottled water right now? Like, have any of them submitted partial reimbursement from water bottles through the mayor?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I believe we have done some reimbursements for purchasing water. I'll ask Ms. Aird if she can confirm that or any more details.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, we have had under about 10 people of those that have required reimbursement, not for filters, but for bottled water. So there are some people that are already getting reimbursements for bottled water, and it is part of the program currently.
It is part of the program?
Yeah, like they can submit for a filter or bottled water. Most are submitting for filters they've purchased on their own.
And would one of the reasons, I guess, through the chair, one of the reasons that they might be, not many people are submitting for bottled water, even though that's an option, is because we have been advertising mostly for just a filter program. Is that a possibility, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so we have built the program primarily on a filter rebate program because that is really the most cost-effective way to produce the amount of water that is required for a family for drinking purposes. We've also communicated that it can be used for buying water, but the focus definitely has been on the filter program.
I am wondering, and I'm not sure if the mover would want like a friendly amendment to this, Mayor Masters. I'm just sort of wondering if that we added after increased from 100 to 300 per household year to a maximum $170,000 a year. I'm not sure if that's something that you would.
Councillor Zakin, yeah, Councillor Stanachuk wants to add on
So
a proviso.
what I would suggest in relation to that is that if they reach the budget of 170,000 per year, then they return to council to, at that time, to discuss next steps. So to a maximum of 100, I think, is it it's 170? Is that accurate? That's the budget? 170. To a maximum of 170,000, and then return to council. Like, I don't know how you want to word that.
Mr. Doney, do you have a comment on this one?
Through you, Mayor Masters, my only comment is these things happen in real time, and so as we're approaching the number, of course, we'll know when that's coming, but it takes a significant amount of work to return to council and a significant amount of time. So I wouldn't recommend us coming back to council to get approval to go above 170,000. I think putting a $170,000 limit on it is very prudent from city council perspective. I think that might be a good target. If we exceed that, obviously we would inform council in the next budget and potentially ask for an increase or recommend a decrease in the household limit.
Excuse me, that's fine, then we can just leave it to a maximum of 170,000. I'm fine with that amendment, so, without adding additional wording. So now we've just confirmed that we will not be exceeding the budget this year.
It would take like a tripling of the uptake in order to reach that maximum anyways.
You're the seconder, so you're good with what's written there?
Now it's suddenly small. Okay, there. Yes. Okay, and I will just add that I think it is important to give people a choice. If you're a single person and you're fine with a filter for your drinking and cooking needs, drinking water and cooking needs, then, maybe you're fine with the filter. But if you're a family and you just can't keep that filter, that water container filled up and providing enough, you're going to start taking the water from the tap and you're going to be putting your family at risk because you can't boil the lead away. So I think that this gives people the choice, and it's important to have safe water.
All right, thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Councillor Nelson.
Okay, so, and that's kind of where I'm sitting here, I'm going, well, actually, even if it does go 3 times as much, you're not even going to use that $170,000 limit from the people that are asking for it now. I'm trying to understand though, because you have the filter, so if you have a filter that's filtering the water to get you to what a bottled water is, why would you choose bottled water over a filter? Through the chair.
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would say primarily for convenience perspective. You can go to the bottled water instead of a filter. It's more convenient and you don't have to change that filter out on a regular basis. If you do not change the filter out, there's definitely concerns with that. So the filters need to be replaced and replaced.
But there's no difference in the water quality. Am I correct in understanding that through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I can't speak to the details of the water quality, but definitely the filters will remove lead if they're used properly. Yeah. The bottled water would not have any lead in it. So from a high level perspective, the water quality is similar.
But if there is an uptake to serve everybody in the household, it would be $2.8 million approximately through the chair? No, but I'm saying, okay, so we're only going to do that to 170, but then all of a sudden next year we could come back and say, oh, now we need an extra $1 million because people are. That's all I'm saying. It's $2.8 million if everybody with lead in Regina wanted bottled water. Am I correct? I think that's the number that you gave us through the chair?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. If we assume there's 8,000 lead service connections at
Okay.
$350 per household, that's $2.8 million.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. The individual that did come to speak indicated there was a program somewhere. So I guess, would it be fair to, at some time, obviously this report will come back with the lead report, come back to council, but would it be worth exploring into, even just to find out where this came from, if it is somewhere in Canada, what they're doing, kind of with what they're finding? Was there a huge uptake? Like, I prefer that data before we move forward here. The other thing I would say is, it's exactly that. If we start this, the concern would be then, if it's past the 170, then we have to continue to grow, and then I think that depletes the filter. I'll say this, I use a filter at my cottage, and it's absolutely fine. We use it for drinking, cooking, everything, and it's absolutely fine. The other piece I never really thought about, but I think this would actually go against our environmental sustainability piece, I think, as well, as we could actually have people use a filter instead of going and getting the water. I guess I just thought about that as we're speaking now. Because I think if the filter's available, that's what we should be wanting people to use. 6 or 7 is in my family, and that's what we use, and it's not a problem at all. So we talk about convenience, but I think we have to also be really, really careful about how we're setting this up. So I would prefer, and if administration is fine with that undertaking, when that comes back, I'm interested to see if they offer a rebate. The other thing is, I know and I would offer administration, if there is any funding that comes back from the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund. It's a federal program. Check it out. Maybe there's some programs there with clean water. Every city is facing this lead within the water, and I think that would be, my request, if that's possible. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I don't see any other questions, so Councillor Skiniak, before I toss it back to you, I'm just double checking. No light on? All right. Thought I'd ask you. Okay. Once again, a lot of numbers. Uptake is about 429 people. Filters.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, in 2022, 414 filters, and in 2023, 729 filters.
Sorry, 2023 was 729?
Yeah. And
All right.
A large percentage of that is distributing door by door.
Okay. Nice execution on that. Almost double. Well, here's the issue. You have 8,000 potential lead service connections. We know not all of them are going to be lead service connections, but in the older neighborhoods there are. Right now at $100 on $170,000 budget, you can deal with 1,700 people. You have increased 2022 to 2023 the folks using filters from 414 to 729, so not quite double, but that's a substantial increase in terms of filters getting into homes. If you go with this program, so basically it's 1,700 people, that's about 21% of the 8,000 can access the filter program, and we haven't built into that yet. If you go with this amendment, you are going in 485 people take water. At 350, you're at 170. So that's 6% of the 8,000 potential lead service connections that would have access to a program, which we already have 729 accessing potentially those filters. My number seem right to you?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I followed that, and I agree.
All right. All right. I think we keep increasing the filter program and keep up the good work in terms of hitting the targets on the lead service connections. Councillor Skidniak, you're up.
Okay. All right. So first, I'm going to pose a little scenario to you folks. You have young children and you give your children a bath, and can we be certain that these young children are not going to drink the bath water? No. No, we can't. I can tell you that my kids did. So you have lead in your water. We know that boiling it doesn't work. Are you going to use a filter to fill up your bath water to ensure that your kids are not going to ingest lead? That would take a long time. So that is an example of a time when using a filter is not going to help you keep your children safe in your home if you have a lead service connection. Regarding the filters, there are questions about the efficacy of filters. We heard about a lawsuit in relation to the filters, claims that they remove more lead than they do remove. We don't know if that's true, but what we do know is that filters require maintenance. They require to be changed regularly to ensure that they will be removing whatever it is that they claim to be removing from the water. And so you have to use them properly for them to work. They're not, it's not a solution that is certain. This isn't just a matter of convenience. In relation to the environmental lens, I hear that concern, And when we use a bottled water service, that eliminates, like, we're not, ideally, I mean, that's a more cost-effective way of using bottled water than the single service option of small bottles of water. But even now, folks have the ability to either buy bottled water or use filters. That option currently exists. This does not change that. This just allows folks to use the bottled water service, to have enough money to do that should they wish to for their household, rather than have to rely on single servings of bottled water. I'm not, in relation to an environmental lens, you all know that's very important to me, but I'm going to prioritize folks not having lead in their water over my preference that they don't use bottled water. Like, I think that that needs to be my environmental lens. When I think of families ingesting lead and kids ingesting lead, I think that most important is them not needing to do that anymore. How much time do I have left?
38 seconds.
38 seconds, all right. So what I want to say in 38 seconds is Health Canada states there is no safe level of lead consumption. There is no level that is safe. And we heard about the impacts for children that they will have. We've heard about other cities who, with levels of 20 to 27 micrograms, replaced their lead service connection. We've had results exceeding 100. And we know that this has implications for our kids. I think this is a small step that we can take. Call it a pilot project if you want, that will be reevaluated with a report back to council next year so we can evaluate whether to continue to make changes.
Thank you, Councillor Zidkiniak. If you'd like an extra 10 seconds, but you're out of time. You good? You're good? Okay, just checking. Clerks, can you start the vote?
LeBlanc in favor.
Unless he responds, I believe Councillor Mole has stepped away. Councillor Mole? No.
Okay. Mayor Masters, the amendment has been defeated in a vote of 4 in favor, 5 against. Those voting in favor of the amendment were Councillors Stadnichuk, LeBlanc, Zidkiniak, and Mancinelli. Voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Fundura, and yourself, Mayor Masters, and Councillor Mole has temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to check your time on the main motion. Councillor Zidkiniak, 1 second. Councillor Zidkiniak, it looks like 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the main motion, if you have any questions.
Like, just in terms of the utility budget?
Yeah, we're back to general utility, operating, and capital.
I'm all done now, so we're good.
All right, thank you, Councillor Zidkiniak. Councillor Fundura, do you have any questions on utility or capital?
No, I'm good.
I'm going to try it again, operating and capital of the utility budget.
No, we're good.
I know, it's your life's work after 4 years, I understand.
Right.
Okay. Councillor Stadnichuk, do you have any questions?
I just have one question. So through you, Madam Chair, we passed a number of things Thursday, Friday, can't remember exactly when that was, but the partner budgets, and, well, anyways, those motions that we've passed, do we still have to pass the general
Councillor Stadnichuk,
budget?
we're on the utility, operating, and capital. You asking a question about utility and operating? Because we haven't, the only thing we passed is a reduction in a utility rate.
Okay.
We are coming back later, later this afternoon
Okay, then I will wait then, because I
Got
just
it.
want to get the process, and it would be probably a question to the clerk anyway. so-
Perfect.
Okay.
But no questions on utility? Councillor Mancinelli, do you have any questions on utility?
I do. I didn't before, but I do now. We had a break. I'm not much of a social media person, but on the break, all of a sudden, I heard everything that we just funded all of our capital projects for 2024 because of the adjustment to the utility, and we affected everything. Is that a real thing?
Mr. I'm going to do it again. Mr. Doney.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So
It's capital work?
Through you, Mayor Masters, unless council directs otherwise, there's no impact to the short-term utility capital program. There will be a longer-term impact to the overall utility capital program that will have to be reduced by approximately $31 million.
And just to fill that in again, you are coming back to adjust the rates in the following year, and that is an operating fund that's recalculated every couple of years to make sure it's performing, and that performance will be part of the calculation you're doing in the future, correct?
And through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Nelson, do you have any questions on the utility?
No, I'm good.
Councillor Bresciani?
I just want to ask, because this is new, about the recycling garbage collection, that fee. Can you just go over now where it stands right now in this current budget for us, please, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I definitely can. Not part of the water utility, but I can still go over it because it's on the utility bill. So as of January 1st, 2024, residents are going to have one curbside fee that will be for a 360-liter garbage cart, $23.73 per month. And if you choose to get a smaller brown cart, it'll be $16.12 per month for all waste services. So residents will see a new waste service on their utility bill starting January 1st.
Thank you. So, and that works out to, for the 360-liter bin, that works to how much a year?
Through you, Mayor Masters, $284.70.
$284.74, and for the 240?
Through you, Mayor Masters, $193.45.
Okay. So if you're getting a small bin, the 240, and that's for your waste, the recycle, the brown, the blue, and the green, all three, for $193 or $284 if it's a 360-liter bin. It's $360, or sorry, $284 for all of that to be picked up.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I know it's a great deal, and you're correct.
Okay. I think, now, there's been questions about, you know, I think the messaging around this has to be clear, because I don't think people understand. And I guess I want to ask about engagement. How are we going to, how is it going to roll out on the utility bill and it be explained that way? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll provide high-level information, and then if you want more details,
Sure.
I'll either ask our comms team or others to provide some information. So in the utility bill, I believe that's been rolled out right now. It clarifies these charges that we're talking about that will be in effect on January 1st, 2024. In addition, there'll be a communication campaign that's rolling out to explain, and we've done this in the past, but to continue to explain that the solid waste services are no longer on your taxes, but will be on the utility bill. So that information is being shared with residents currently, and those that get a hard copy bill will see that in their bill insert.
So do you think that that's why, you know, I've heard from residents regarding the increase in the utility bill that's going to come out, that they don't understand that that's apportioned in all of that as well? They just see an increase?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So yes, in 2024, there's definitely a change where it's not just a water utility anymore. It's now a water and waste utility bill. So there's new charges, which include the curbside waste charges, and of course that's why 3.09% was taken off of the mill rate because garbage is no longer on your taxes, it's on the utility bill.
Okay. So, because I do know from previous years, the way the bill explains it, and I remember Councillor O'Donnell was always, we need to, put it in bright colors, make it, very explanatory so people understand the difference from the water utility now to the waste, I guess, food, that kind of thing, utility. So I just want to make sure that that's really clear, because I know we will have concerns regarding that. And I think that that's vitally important for residents to understand. With that said, does it, in the next year, will this be assessed to come back to say, okay, how have we done? Is there surplus? Like, how does that work? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So this is new for us to have the waste as part of the utility now, but in general, we set the curbside waste fees that we don't expect that they need to go up or down every year. We're looking at kind of a longer term situation. It might be every 3 years or so, we're not sure yet. Obviously, we have lots of assumptions that go into setting these rates, but it is a cost recovery program, so if we need extra fees to cover those costs, we'll come forward to council and ask for those costs. And the costs are pretty defined, so they're contracted services to pick up and process the garbage, the recycling, and the food and yard waste.
Okay. One of the things that I think is, when we look at this, the garbage, recycle, all of that, when we look at the amounts and what we're paying, and it would be good to also understand in comparison to other cities as well, as when it comes back, just so we can understand that, what we're paying is fair compared to other cities as well. Does this have any impact on any of the landfill stuff that's happening, that looking at a spot and all that kind of stuff? Is there going to be could that change things as well through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no direct impact on the landfill. The landfill is funded by what's called tipping fees, so those that drive across the scale pay a tonnage rate, and that's where the landfill gets their funding from.
And I was also, sorry, the question was more around like for the composting piece. Mm-hmm. Is that going to change anything at all through the chair?
No, through you, Mayor Masters, so we've got a contract with Evergen to accept the food and yard waste for a predetermined amount per tonnage, and so they're working, of course, now to find a different location for the food and yard waste processing facility. But I don't expect any changes in the near term.
So the last thing, so with the utility, with what Councillor Fundura moved now, so what is the full, the rate for the utility then?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so it was a 3% utility rate increase. I don't have that broken down into dollars amounts per month, sorry.
Okay, so it's just 3% in totality. Is that accurate?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, for the water utility, it's a 3% rate increase in 2024.
Water utility, and that includes the food and waste and everything through the chair?
No, through you, Mayor Masters, so...
sorry, that was my question. Sorry, in totality for the utility, because that's what the consumers are going to, the residents are going to see.
Yeah.
What is the totality of that increase?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't know if I can calculate that right now, but let me tell you what I do know. Before the change, it was $15.12 that would be increased. That included a $6.60 for the 4% utility rate increase. So it won't be $6.60. It'll be 3/4 of that. Yeah, I'm not going to do that math quickly, but $5 or so, plus the $8.52 for the garbage and food and yard waste. So I'm going to estimate in that $13 range, but we have to crunch those numbers to get the exact amount.
Okay. But just again, so I just, sorry, the 3% utility that we just did here for the water, what is the rate, the mill rate for the food and waste? Is that in part of the 3%, or is there something over and above that residents are gonna, like, I guess my biggest concern is I just wanna make sure that we're being transparent to say, we got a 3% water bill, we've, you know, that's gonna be the increase there. What is it for the food and waste in totality? Because that, wouldn't that be part of the whole mill rate when
Yeah.
we're proposing it out there?
No, through you, Mayor Masters, a little bit different. So what we are discussing right now is the water utility,
Yes,
not the garbage and the food and yard waste services, but it all is going to be on the same utility bill. So that's why I
yes.
think it's okay to have the conversation. The increases on your utility bill for garbage and food and yard waste will be $8.52 per month. Plus the water utility increase, which was just approved
Yes.
to be 3%. Let me just crunch a number. Oh, I think I've got people talking to me. I believe. Okay, it's $5.70. So $5.70 is the 3% rate increase for the utility that was approved. So $5.70 plus the $8.52 for the
Yeah.
garbage and food and yard waste
Yeah.
is $14.22
Okay.
per month.
Which equates to? $107.94, okay. Okay. Thank you very much, that's all I have.
Councillor LeBlanc, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Mole, I think, has lost reception. Yeah. Councillor Mole, you can turn on your microphone if you have any questions, otherwise I'll go to Councillor Hawkins.
I have no questions, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Hawkins?
Nothing from me.
It's just me. You answered a question of Councillor Bresciani, which I found interesting in terms of the landfill. So the landfill, where does it sit on the books right now? We haven't removed it into the garbage utility like we have all of the other stuff associated with water in the water utility.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
Is there a reason for that?
So the landfill itself is already a self-funding entity in the solid waste reserve. And so it just doesn't, it's not paid for by residents on a per meter or per pickup perspective. It's paid for as you drive across the scales at the landfill and deposit garbage.
Do we have estimated savings for the landfill now that we've gone to introduce the green cart program?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So it's a very complex question. We've had this conversation before, but we assume that every year that we can extend the life of the landfill is a $1 to $2 million savings per year. And so, yes, by having less food and yard waste go to the landfill, there will be savings. And even more impactful is there will be less greenhouse gases produced by the landfill, which we know there's pending regulations to have that reduced in the long term.
Excellent. In terms of the utility capital budget, not really wishing to flip through all three at the same time. Can you tell me, just big picture, if there were any changes between what was filed last year and what is being presented this year, if any?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, big picture, we had the Northeast Neighborhood Drainage Project that we added, or are requesting to add $6 million to that project, and it's two primary reasons. Number one is the cost came in higher than expected, and we were able to still award that project, but award it with less blocks in there and still achieve the objectives. But we also experienced some significant flooding this year and made the recommendation to council here to go back to the original scope of work so we get the full benefits out of that project. The other project that was increased was the South Trunk project, and so that is a project where we're looking to expand the wastewater system to reduce the risk of wastewater from going into Wascana Creek or sewer backups, and so that project was increased A few of the other annual programs were increased a little bit, but nothing significant, and a full review will be done in 2025, 2026 as we go through our next rate review process.
Apologies, Mr. Doney. The South Trunk project increased by how much?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't think I have that handy. Yeah, I don't have that information at my fingertips. It was a combination of inflation and also just design has progressed from pre-design to detailed design.
And was anything taken out of what the public would have seen in the budget book last year?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I do not believe so.
Thank you, Mr. Doney. Mr. Lacey, would you confirm that?
So, through you, Mayor Masters, on page 29 of Appendix B, which lists at a high level the changes to the capital plan for 2024, there is an overall increase of 10.5 million, with the utility fund capital plan moving from 95.3 million to 10.5. Oh, sorry, not 10.5, 105.9.
Sorry, give me the appendix again.
So through you, Mayor Masters, it's an Appendix B on page, let's find, I just have it here. Page 29. Appendix B, page 29.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, and so 2028 obviously is a big change because that's the next year of our 5-year plan of $87 million. And then some of the smaller changes are in 2024 that I've mentioned. And then there's a breakdown obviously of the 5 other items there that we can speak to if required.
And just to verify on these larger projects, we would normally do a combination of contribution as well as debt, right? I saw that, hey?
Through
It
you,
just
Mayor
disappeared.
Masters, yeah, I would say in general, that's a possibility. For example, wastewater treatment plant upgrades in the past would be debt funded and utility reserve and SAF funded. But that might be a better question for our CFO.
Mr. Lacey.
I'm sorry, I just stepped away from my desk.
No,
for
it's okay.
a minute.
Do you have an answer that?
No, I'm sorry, I missed the question. I just stepped away.
No, it's okay. Seeing some of these larger dollars, 12 million, 25 million, 80 million, normally we would do a combination of debt as well as reserve funding for these, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, actually the utility is generally funded by contributions to capital and service agreement fee charges. I think we've talked to council about the fact that the service agreement fee charges is in a deficit position, so anytime you see service agreement fees, yes, that in fact, if those projects go ahead, would be debt financed in some way, shape, or form.
So when we look at funding for the wastewater treatment plant biogas utilization system at $12 million, do we cash fund that or do we?
So through you, Mayor Master, something as large as the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, which has been advanced in this capital plan into the 5-year plan. So you wouldn't have seen as big in numbers in previous years. I know Mr. Doney and his team have been evaluating where we're currently at with our current capacity, and as a result, we are proposing advancing that project. So numbers that large, typically we would be coming back to council and having a conversation about debt financing for that.
But not for $12 million.
I would say $12 million, Mayor. So I'll backtrack. I would say more broadly with SAF, and I haven't looked to see if the biogas utilization system is, it's not.
No, it's utility.
So it's utility funded. So that one's utility funded, so it wouldn't be debt financed. So it's only those projects that have a significant service agreement fee component to them that we'd have to look at with respect to whether we debt finance or not. Typically, I would usually say if we'd only debt finance if the number was really large and manage cash flows for smaller ones. The issue we have with the service agreement fee model, which I know in the new year we'll be coming back with a report to have a further discussion on that, because that is overall in a deficit position. Funding a little bit here and there, just it expands the problem exponentially. And so even smaller ones, you may look at whether or not you need to debt finance or not, and I would suggest those would have to be looked at on an individual basis.
I know I underlined it somewhere. Okay, so if I'm a person who has, for some reason, tuned in this afternoon because they're interested in their mill rate and in the city. Let's draw the picture for the public of philosophically how we tie debt to reserves and what we charge someone today and life of assets and et cetera, et cetera. So, take the $6 million Northeast Neighborhood Drainage Project. We would take that out of reserves.
Correct.
Those reserves are funded
By
the base rate of the utility. Correct?
I'll ask Mr. Donny to clarify. I would say they are funded out of your utility rate, with the majority of it being the base rate. But I'll ask Mr. Donny to confirm.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we have revenue coming in from both base and volumetric, so we don't describe whether it's base rate or volumetric rate. It's all funding coming into the utility and it goes towards the utility reserve that funds capital projects in the future.
Sorry, I apologize. I thought the consumption portion was a cost recovery.
Through you, Mayor Masters, no, the entire thing is cost recovery, and so we have...
Got it.
Yeah.
Understand now. So basically, all of the city water bill that gets paid, we insert whatever amount of money into, it's built in so that we can basically build up a $90 million cash reserve.
Yep.
Got it?
Mayor Masters, yep.
And we use $90 million a year in terms of all the things water, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes. Water,
Okay.
wastewater, stormwater.
Okay, so if I'm going to build something that lasts for 25 years, why is someone paying for it today out of cash? Stop. Sorry, does someone have an answer?
Well, I'll take a shot at it, Mayor Masters. So the first piece would be simply to debt finance all of that up front and then collect the fees back later. Would require us to take on a substantial amount of debt. And you'd be paying then, in addition to that, interest payments on top of that. So overall, your project cost becomes larger. And then the other issue with that is the province does limit how much debt a city can take on. So within debt limit approvals that we've seen from the province, it would be probably near impossible for us to take that approach. Secondly, I would say that the utility model is a 25-year model, and that typically when the modeling group forecasts out, as we've talked about here before, there are new projects added on. And so the amount that we're collecting, yes, goes into a reserve fund, which builds infrastructure that has substantial life to it, but that is an ongoing piece that the current taxpayers benefit by. And I would argue they're also benefiting by investments previous taxpayers have made in the existing infrastructure. So it's kind of like a rolling funding piece that, yes, you are paying for future use of an asset, but as well, you are using assets that have been paid by past taxpayers as well. And so I would say, on the whole, it's a, if I could, I want to be careful using this word, but it's a little bit of a wash.
So let's talk about SAF fees. On page 21 of something. I don't know. It's one of the budgets. The ongoing service agreement fee review may determine that some items noted as SAF funded in this plan will be funded by mill or utility rate in the future. What is the current deficit of the SAF fund?
So, through you, Mayor Masters, currently it's approximately 51 million. I believe it's projected, and we've talked to council in the past previously about this, to about 100 million by the end of this fiscal year. And we've talked about it with respect to the 24 fiscal year, my apologies. And we've not gone beyond that because our intention is to return to council and have a discussion about how we're going to deal with that issue beyond 24. Because continuing to finance that cash flow internally is not sustainable.
Yeah, I have on your capital budget, based upon a $51 million deficit, and what we have in here for SAF fees, parks, roads, and utility, at the end of 2028, it'll be basically $128 million in deficit. Minus, we get about $11.5 million a year in collection in SAF fees, is that about right?
We do collect every year. I'm sorry, I don't have that. Ms. Bryden, would you have that number handy, what we typically collect?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think it was slightly less than that this year, but closer to 3 million in 2023.
We collected $3 million in fees in 2023. What was the model based on again? Was it 14 million?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the model was based on 20 hectares. Mr. Grazier is in the loft.
Yeah, through the mayor, could you just repeat or clarify the question for me?
Well, the SAF model that we had was built on an assumption of X amount of dollars in SAF revenue coming in annually, and this year, Ms. Bryden is saying we got $3 million. What was the model 8 years ago, 10 years ago? What was it built on?
So initially the model through the mayor from 2015 was based on the assumption we would receive revenue equivalent to 80 hectares per year of land being subdivided and paying whatever rate was in effect in a given year. So I guess in this year it would be 80 hectares times the current rate of 319,000. Now, just to clarify, that assumption is something we are looking at, though, as part of this broader review project.
Sorry, can you check my math? Are you talking about $25 million?
Yes.
Yes, I get it.
Like, I guess my question is it at all wise to use SAF agreement fees for funding on a contribution perspective anything? I guess this year we could use $3 million.
So for you, Mayor Masters, so that is, I think that's a fair and valid observation and a fair and valid concern. Based on past discussions we've had in front of council here, a significant amount of that funding, 100+ million that we've talked about, relates to the Easter pressure solution. That is the one big project that we've had here, and we've been before council on a conversation with that piece. There are a number of smaller ones that are included in here, which, you know, when we've looked at it, we've indicated that we believe there's the ability to cash flow that through internal financing, but you go beyond 2024, that's not sustainable. We have to come back and have that conversation with council. I'll be frank, this is just buying us time so that we can have that conversation with council and not let key projects like the Easter pressures, allow key projects like the Easter pressure solution to proceed.
Okay, we're going to do a public service announcement, Mr. Doney. Thank you for the questions, Ms. Bryden, or the answers, Ms. Bryden and Mr. Lacey. Public service announcement. I think this is where Councillor Bresciani was going, and I got a minute. We're going to do this. What can the City of Regina taxpayers right now do as it relates to lowering and controlling some of the costs related to curbside garbage, composting, and recycling pickup.
Through you, Mayor Masters, they can contact the City of Regina through phone or email and request a smaller garbage cart.
And that smaller garbage cart, the brown bin, correct,
Correct, Mayor Masters?
will save them, it looks like about $90 a year. Have I got that right?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct.
What's our phone number?
Through you, Mayor Masters, 777-7000 is the best way to get a hold of us.
777-7000, and what email do they email?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll just ask our team at the right here to help us out with that one.
Mr. Svensson, is that you?
Yeah, on regina.ca, or through you, Mayor Masters, on regina.ca, there's a form you can fill out. It's really easy to find. You just type in search and you'll find it easy peasy, and I think it's changed out within about 15 business days.
You mean
The card itself, yeah.
no, the cart, sorry. I'm sorry. Through you, Mayor Masters, the actual cart delivery may take up to 3 months because of the volume of requests, but the bill will actually change to reflect it fairly quickly, within like a few days, so that it will be reflected on their bill. So they'll pay for the smaller cart even though their smaller cart may not have been delivered yet. So they'll get that benefit.
So all the residents of Regina have to do is 777-7000, or go to regina.ca and hit the link to email. And if that registers before December 31st, they're the benefactor of about $90 a year at the smaller bin.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct.
All right, thank you. All right, Councillor Mancinelli, you close off debate? Sorry, on the general...
Yep, I got you. I was just wondering if you could speak to the Coopertown sewage pumping station. I've been asking about it forever. I see it shows up in 2028. I do notice that it's proposed for West Hill and Maple Ridge, and it's under the reserve instead of the SAFs the Mayor was just talking about. A little bit of background there. I thought this was for growth and expansion.
Through you, Mayor Masters. I'm just going to flip to it, so I'm using the right numbers. But yes, the Coopertown lift station, oh yes, there we are, is projected, we have it here in 2028. The reason this small portion is being funded under the utility reserve is that if we can have that lift station built at a certain elevation, which is slightly increased costs, we can have West Hill and Maple Ridge, we can have West Hill diverted to that pump station. So we'll then be able to take West Hill either offline or use it as a transfer station instead of a true wastewater pumping station. So a prime example where the growth of the city and building the Coopertown lift station will actually improve the level of service within the existing system.
That's excellent. I would call that an overlay. Is it the same in your line of work? When you're redirecting like that?
Through you, Mayor Masters, could you just repeat that? I didn't quite hear.
I said I would call that an overlay. Doubling up a circuit and changing the capacity. I was just wondering if it's the same for your line of work.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, maybe more like killing one bird. Or yes, let's just go with that.
I totally appreciate that. And on this portion of the budget on the utility, looking at the line of sight for projects, how they link together, I'm just wondering, that's been a real problem for the northwest corner. I notice there's another wastewater lift station that's imminent instead, and it's cited for this year. It doesn't tell me where it is, but I'm just asking it as a comparator. Why does this wastewater lift station on the bottom of page 35 come ahead of something that's so big to the residents that have experienced problems in my area out in Rosewood and Coopertown, West Hill?
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Masters, so you're referring to the wastewater lift station renewal line? Yeah. So through you, Mayor Masters, that line is there to allow us to rehabilitate any existing wastewater lift stations that may need new pumps, new capital upgrades. So if the West Hill lift station needed to be upgraded, we could use that funding for that. Providing a bit more details on the West Hill lift station, we've done some work there. We've cleaned the collection system. We have we've done some work on the North Storm Channel to reduce the surcharging of stormwater and then getting into the wastewater system. So we believe we have improved the wastewater system there without doing a complete upgrade of the West Hill lift station. Longer term, like I just mentioned, there's an opportunity to bring that to a Coopertown lift station, but that overall Coopertown lift station is in the magnitude of $30 or $40 million, and what you're seeing there, $3 million, is just a small portion of the utility reserve.
Yeah, once again, I can see the planning going to have things come together at different points in the future through this plan quite well. On 11th Avenue, when there was costing problems that came through, I noticed that's on operating. How come it didn't become part of a utility responsibility, thinking a lot of that's undergrounds, water distribution, wastewater distribution? Why couldn't a utility piece be part of the solution to keep that on time and on track?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. So as part of the 11th Avenue project, the renewal of the water, wastewater, and stormwater pipes is part of 11th Avenue work, and you see that in the water infrastructure renewal, the wastewater infrastructure renewal accounts in the utility. So if we're keeping like for like in the utility, that will come from the utility budget, but if we're making that pipe bigger, that's when it comes from something like service agreement fees. So, so it is part of 11th Avenue, a smaller portion of it, of course, because it's just renewing like for like, but it's part of the renewal accounts.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, Council. Councillor Mancinelli has closed debate on the utility portion of the budget. I'm going to ask the clerk to call the vote on the utility general operating and capital plan as amended. Clerks, go ahead.
Councillor Mole in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Moule. Councillor LeBlanc?
Thank you. I'm opposed.
Thank you.
Mayor Masters, the utility budget has passed in a vote of 7 in favor, 3 against. Those voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Findura, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Stadnichuk, Zakidniak, and LeBlanc. And again, Councillor Stevens is away from today's meeting.
Thank you very much, Council. Council, I'm going to suggest we're going to approach a legislative break. Let's take 15 now as opposed to 8 minutes from now. Let's take 15 minutes now. See you back here at 3:20 and we'll get on to the next one. I believe I have quorum. Council, as a result of the amending motion to reduce the 2024 utility operating increase from 4% to 3% for the base utility rate effective January 1st, 2024, that was passed this afternoon during consideration of the utilities budget, we have 2 bylaws that we will need to add to the meeting agenda as urgent business. Yeah, so they can take effect January 1. May I have a motion to add the following bylaws to the agenda as urgent business? 2023-105, the wastewater and stormwater amendment bylaw, 2023. Thank you, Councillor. I'll add the other one. The 106, the Regina Water Amendment Bylaw, 2023. Councillor Bresciani, can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. All right, folks, to add items to the agenda as urgent business, the procedure bylaw requires a unanimous vote of council. So this is about implementing what has been passed. So I'm going to ask the clerk to call the vote on adding bylaws number 2023-105 and 2023-106 as urgent business items. Councillors LeBlanc and Moll.
Thank you. LeBlanc in favor.
This is Councillor Moll in favor.
Mayor Masters, unanimous consent as required has been achieved with all 10 members present voting in favor.
Perfect. Thank you to the clerks. We'll now consider the bylaws, 2023-105 and 2023-106. I will ask Deputy Mayor Nelson to do the first reading of the bylaw.
Oh my. But we're going to talk about bylaws. Okay. I move, second by Councillor Stadenchuk, that bylaw number 2023-105 and 2023-106 be introduced and read a first time at today's meeting.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Nelson, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Councillor Moll in favor.
LeBlanc in favor.
Mayor Masters' first reading has been passed in a vote of 10-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Nelson, could I have you do second reading of the bylaw?
Sure can. I move by seconded by Councillor Hawkins that bylaw number 2023-105 and number 2023-106 be read a second time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Does any member of council have any questions? Councillor Kidniak, go ahead.
Can we see the bylaws? Like, they're not in the meeting package, they're not on the screen. I'd like to know what I'm voting on.
One moment, please. Just a moment, Councillor Kidniak. Just seeing if the clerk's office has forwarded them to your email. Seeing no further questions, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Councillor Mole in favor.
LeBlanc in favor.
Mayor Masters, second reading has passed in a vote of 10-0.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Nelson, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
Sure. I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that council hereby consent to bylaws number 2023-105 and number 23-106, going to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can I ask you to start the vote, please?
LeBlanc in favor.
Councillor Mole in favor.
Mayor Masters, the unanimous consent to proceed to third reading as prescribed in law has passed with all 10 members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Nelson, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Pandura, that bylaws number 2023-105 and 2023-106 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, clerks, could you please start the vote?
LeBlanc
Councillor
in
Mole in
favor.
favor.
Thank you, councillors.
Mayor Masters' third and final reading has passed in a vote of 10-0.
Thank you very much. Council, before we go back to the other tabled item, we're going to consider item 23-38, the City of Regina debt limit increase, as there is timeliness to this particular aspect. Can I have a member of the, Mr. Lacey, you're going to introduce this report?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So the purpose of this report is to submit basically a request to council to revise the previous resolution council approved, that approved administration to apply for an increase in the city's debt limit to 70/80. And this report is requesting that resolution be revised to request an increase of $660 million. So just to remind council, in June of 2023, council approved a resolution for the city to proceed with an application to the Saskatchewan Municipal Board for a debt limit increase to $780 million from the current $450 million. Administration has been working with Saskatchewan Municipal Board with respect to that increase, and they've recently informed administration that it is their intent to deny that increase. And they've asked the city to revise its application to increase, to lower the increase in the debt limit application to $660 million, which they have indicated they're comfortable for approving. So in our conversations with us, they've indicated that if we proceed with our current application, it will be rejected, and then we'll have to return with a new application, which will add time to the approval for a debt limit increase. They've indicated that if we submit a revised application, that their intent is to deal with it in January and approve a debt limit increase. Hopefully we'd see that formally occur in January. In discussions with the Saskatchewan Municipal Board, they have indicated to us that the reason they're uncomfortable increasing the debt limit increase to $780 million is that it's been about 10 years since they've increased the debt limit to its current limit, and they're uncomfortable with that large of a jump. And the $660 million that is now being recommended is in line with basically as a percentage of our consolidated revenue, what they previously approved. Secondly, they've indicated that some of the projects that we know we need to advance, but we don't yet know where other funding sources might be. like for the library and the multi-events center, that they'd like to see more information on exactly how those projects will be funded, what the other sources of funding are, before comfortable increasing our debt limit and reviewing our debt limit to accommodate those. They've indicated to us that even with an approval in our debt limit increase to $660 million, that does not prevent us from returning at a future date, asking for a further increase to that debt limit, but at this current time, that's where we're at. So we're recommending a revision to our request to increase the debt limit from the current $450 million to $660 million, which will hopefully allow us to see that debt limit approved in January.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lacey, can I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. A seconder, Councillor Bresciani, you're comfortable seconding? Okay. Councillor Hawkins, you want to open up debate?
I think that Mr. Lacey has made the essential points. I think it's also worth noting again that if we have to go back to increase it again, we can always go back. So I recommend approval.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Skiniak, you're up next.
Okay, thanks. So page 3 of this report notes, and this is at the very top, that there continues to be the potential for the city's credit rating to be downgraded, and that the city would pay potentially pay marginally higher interest costs. Can you elaborate on what those could be and other impacts we could face of a downgraded credit rating?
So through you, Mayor Masters, we don't control what the credit agencies determine our credit rating is. But anytime you see changes in your debt levels and finance ratios, that is always obviously subject to additional review. So all we're flagging here is there is a potential that we could see our rating decreased. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. However, if it did happen, when we say it likely would only impact us by a few basis points. So the actual overall impact from going from a AAA credit rating, what we're at right now, to a AA plus credit rating is not that significant, we believe.
Okay. If we don't approve a debt increase, what projects are actually in jeopardy? And there's some that are listed on page 4 at the bottom there. Are those the projects that would be in jeopardy, or are there others?
So through you, Mayor Masters, we've been to council already with respect to the indoor aquatics facility, and so what the current budget is, we have sufficient room within our existing debt limit with respect to the indoor aquatics facility. So that currently is not at issue. I think the two bigger ones would be the wastewater treatment plant expansion, which we likely will need to start within the next couple of years. And so I think that one would be one, sorry, if we don't get an increase over the 450?
Right.
Right. So I think that that is an immediate need that we need to address. And as we talked about earlier, basically where the SAF model is right now is that we would need to look at likely debt financing that item. And then the other piece that we have talked about, it's not going to impact it because we've indicated we can manage it through our internal cash flows. There is a cost to doing that, is the Easter pressure solution. Beyond that, I think the Regina Public Library and the Multi-Purpose Event Center, as well as the Ring Road Relocation Project, those are the three in particular when the Sask Municipal Board looks at it. We've indicated to them that we expect that there will be other party funding that will contribute to these projects, and so those are the ones not likely to advance until we have more information around those three projects.
Can you give just a bit more information about what is planned for in terms of increasing the wastewater treatment plant capacity?
I'll let Mr. Doney speak to that.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we're just beginning the process to investigate the upgrades that will be required for the wastewater treatment plant. Primarily, it'll be to service a population of 300,000, plus the industrial development that we either is announced or that we expect in the future.
Okay. So if this request, the new request gets denied, what are some other mechanisms that are available to pursue some of the priorities that we are planning to currently finance through debt financing?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I would want to ensure that I'm clear, is that we're feeling fairly favorable, that debt limit increase of 660.
Sorry, I mean denied by us.
Oh, sorry, thank you very much. So, thank you for that clarification. So, then the question would be is, where do you go to finance these projects? And I'm not aware of any other ready source of funding to upfront them.
Okay. Okay, well, I thought the original request was too high. This new request is a bit better. I think it would have been ideal if we didn't have to go to them with a request and them tell us that we were asking for too much, but that's fine. I can support this reduced request. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a question on how this is calculated. They take your liquidity, your revenues, they look at your assets like your buildings and your infrastructure, and they figure out how much you can afford to have for debt. With a big project like the Regina Police Services headquarters undone, and them doing an assessment for our debt, does that facility go against our ledger book in a good fashion at a partial rebuild? Would it have been a better finished building to be assessed and put towards our debt limit if the project was already completed? We're having a large mid-completed project like that. Does it affect the debt limit?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'm sorry, I don't quite follow the line of questioning. We didn't use debt for the RPS, and so I don't think it had any impact whatsoever on SMB's deliberations with respect to our debt limit requirements.
Okay, yeah, totally. I was just wondering if projects half completed affect the debt limit overall or have any play for when we go in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from members of council? Seeing none, Councillor Hawkins, did you wish to close off debate?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you very much. Clerk, can you call the vote?
LeBlanc in favor.
Councillor Mole? Councillor Mole? If you're trying to talk, you're on mute. Here you go.
Mayor Masters, the report carries in a vote of 9-0, with Councillor Mole having temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
Thank you very much. 1 second, please, Council. Okay, Council, I think what we have left in my notes is the tabled general operating and capital budget for the city of Regina. Councillor, we were on round 2, and we have gone through Councillors Zakiniak, Vendura, and Stanichuk. We are on Councillor Mancinelli, and I believe he has 4 minutes and 40 seconds, 4.5 minutes left on round 2 to make our way around the horseshoe. So Councillor Mancinelli, you're up.
Thank you. I was wondering if we could have the directors provide updates on the 2023 year-to-date actual to budget performance as of the end of quarter 3, generally by department if it's available.
Master?
Yep.
So through you, Mayor Masters, our third quarter forecast that I think we discussed here at council a little while back would walk through what the variances are with respect to each department. So I will, so you would like us to move these through one by one?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, I'm just going to,
Send an email.
No, fair enough. So I'm referring back to our mid-year forecast that was presented to council on November 30th. And so we have an officers of council line item where budgeted revenues were 2,000, forecast to be 2,000 above budget. Expenses are forecasted to be, and I'm making sure I'm reading this right, 140,000 under budget for a net budget forecast of 138,000 under budget. And that change relates primarily to increased expenses mainly related to consulting and conference expenses. We have the city manager's budget, which is, if I could give me a second here. Forecast to be over budget by 63,000 in the expense side for a net budget forecast of $63,000 higher than budget. And that's primarily related to increased expenses related to staffing and supporting the advancement of corporate strategic initiatives and supporting council. The clerk's office overall is seeing an estimated increase in revenues of $40,000 greater than budget, and is seeing its expenses $121,000 less than budget for a net positive variance of $161,000. And the savings is primarily on the expense side, primarily due to salary lag. The city solicitor's office is forecasting a decrease in revenues from budget of approximately $1.155 million and a decrease in expenses by $564,000 for a negative budget variance for that department of $591,000. And that's due to lower than anticipated revenues, primarily due to the accessible taxi program that's not yet been established, and parking ticket and permit fee revenues have not returned to pre-COVID levels. And the expense savings are due primarily to salary lag and less contracted service expenditures than what we had budgeted. Our Indigenous Relations Department is seeing a positive variance in revenues of $356,000 and a positive variance in expenses of $48,000. And that increased revenue is primarily attributed to unbudgeted grant revenue, primarily related to the Building Safer Communities program. Fire and Protective Services is seeing a positive revenue budget variance of $148,000. However, is seeing a negative expense variance of just under $2.7 million. The increase in revenue relates to the false alarm bylaw being greater than budget and funding that we're receiving from Sask Health related to the opioid overdose joint trial program. The increases in expenditures of close to $2.2 million in salary costs are mainly due to collective bargaining increases that are offset by related expenses that were actually budgeted in financial services because we hadn't negotiated the contracts yet when these line items were developed, with the remainder of that overage and expenses related to clothing costs due to supply chain issues in 2022 and as well increased fuel costs. Anytime you'd like to interrupt and ask a program director to speak further to it, be happy to have them do so. People and organizational culture, positive revenue variance of $5,000 and a positive expenditure variance of $490,000. Revenue is related to unbudgeted GST recovery on benefits, and reduced expenditures includes the net cost avoidance of approximately $800,000 related to Worker Compensation Board claim reassessment review done on those claims. Communication and Engagement Department are seeing a negative revenue variance of $281,000 and a negative expenditure variance of $172,000. The decrease in revenue is tied to the sponsorship program budget projections that have not been achieved this year, and increased expenses are tied to increased consulting and contract service costs that have been partially reduced by salary lag. With respect to the assessment, tax, and utility...
Mr. Lacey,
yes.
1 second here.
Sorry, just, I want to, he's going through a long list. Like, do you have ones you want to hone in on, or, like, because he could be reading here for another...
I know. I didn't want to do this, as I said the other day, but I'm very committed to trying to rectify the problems in the downtown I've been hearing about for 30 years. All the answers are given back to funding. Over the weekend, I ripped into the whole budget books for the last 5 years, trying to watch how the spends were going, and trying to figure out how we were compensating for the overages and underages and where the salary lag and where different amounts went. And right now, I'm just double-checking myself to make sure I'm understanding. And as I said before, I would rather than be doing this work as requested before, but I'm trying. So.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to...
Yeah, no, I get it. I agree with you.
Okay.
But, yeah, I was told that there's no funding, so I'm trying to understand the funding and make sure the suggestions I make aren't detrimental, because I'm on the floor doing this.
Sorry, Mr. Lacey, I think you were in the middle of explaining 172,000 negative expense for consulting or something in comms.
Yeah, so that was for communications, and it related to increased expenses tied to consulting and contracted services, partially offset by salary lag. With respect to the assessment, tax, and utility billing department, positive revenue variance of $668,000 and a positive expense variance of $153,000. The increased revenues mainly relate to property tax, related property tax adjustments. The decrease in expenses mainly relates to salary lag. And then we have kind of the unit of the Financial Strategy and Sustainability Executive Director org. No variance in revenue projected, but a negative expense variance of $238,000. And that expense is mainly related to increased grant funding to Real for unbudgeted interest costs related to a portion of that loan that council and the city have committed to fund the principal and interest payments on. Financial Services Department, a positive revenue forecast of $7.38 million and a positive expenditure variance of sorry, just give me a second here. And a positive expenditure variance of $2.2 million. And this relates to increased revenue that's mainly related to increased investment income of $9.3 million, greater than expected auction revenues of $700,000, and also $700,000 related to our TransGas property tax in lieu agreement. And those increases are partially offset by a reduced SAS-powered surcharge revenue. And the expenses, decreased expenses are mainly related to the 2023 COLA CBA costs being budgeted here, but are forecasted elsewhere, as I mentioned, like the fire program. Land and real estate revenues are projected to be $145,000 negative variance from budget, and expenses are a negative variance of just under $1.2 million. And that's related to increased expenses related to the $900,000 for the emergency shelter and $190,000 for the Victoria Park porta potty. Both of those items being unbudgeted. as well as $238,000 for transit shelter glass replacement due to breakage due to vandalism. And these costs were partially offset by salary lag. The transformation office department had a positive expenditure variance of $465,000, mainly related to salary lag. The technology department had a negative a negative expense variance of $344,000, mainly related to increased expenses related to leased hardware costs, as industry costs in this area have increased, as well as COLA and CBA budgeted costs. The Sustainable Infrastructure Department had a positive revenue variance of $20,000 and a positive expenditure variance of $312,000. And we see their decrease in expenses, which is offset partially by an increase in utility expenses, and this is just an expense transfer between the utility fund and the general fund. City Planning and Community Development, Executive Director's Office saw a negative, we're forecasting a negative revenue variance of $6,000 and a negative expense variance of $236,000. And the increase in expenses is mainly related to salary and training costs. Planning and Development Services Department is seeing a positive revenue variance of $127,000 and a positive expense variance of just under $1.5 million. And this is due to decreased expenses tied to salary lag and reduced contracted services. Parks and Recreation and Cultural Services Department, positive budget variance of $302,000, a negative expense variance of $967,000. And this is due to an increase in Everaz Ice Rink revenue. The revenue is attributed to that, and expenses are higher as well, which are offsetting. So the overall increase in expenses are primarily due to increased water costs, being higher than what we have in budget with respect to irrigation, and equipment, rental, and supply costs being higher than budgeted. And then we have a line item, it's called PRCS, self-funded. I may ask Ms. Krulak to remind me here in a second about what that acronym stands for. In that revenue line, we have a favorable revenue variance of $770,000 and a negative expense variance of $1.3 million. And these variances are related to basically changes in transfer to and from reserves. The golf course reserve transfer accounts for $700,000 of this positive variance due to increased usage overall. And the remainder relates to the Mosaic Stadium or the Stadium Fund Reserve and Cemeteries Reserve Transfer. Citizen Services, Executive Director's Office for Citizen Services seeing a positive variance in expenses of $36,000, so pretty much on budget. Transit and Fleet Services Department is showing a negative revenue variance of $1.158 million and a negative salary expense variance of $1.773 million. This is due to decreased revenue in transit fare revenue and UPass revenue, primarily because the recovery from COVID has not been as high as expected for this year, and as well increased expenses related to the collective bargaining increases that were budgeted for centrally, as I had mentioned, as well as overtime increased fuel costs. And these costs were partially offset by some salary lag. The Roadways and Transportation Department saw a positive revenue variance of $2.6 million, but a negative expense variance of $7.8 million. And the increased expenses are due to the Winter Road Maintenance Program, increased sweeping, and higher than normal costs due to dust suppression and fuel costs related to that program.
Thank you. Councillor Kiniak, go ahead.
I would like to call the question. This feels like this could go on all day, and it feels honestly like not very respectful of everybody's time at this point. So I'd like to call the question at this point, day 4 into the budget, on the operating and capital budget.
Excuse me, just respectfully, I asked the other day to try to get some funding mechanisms identified. There wasn't a lot put on the table. I took the time over the weekend to try to figure out how things are funded, to try to get some of the action back into the center of the city, which is supposed to be our #1 problem to solve. And I put a real effort into trying to be respectful to everything else that they accounted for in the budget and try to find options. Right now, I'm paying close attention to what Mr. Lacey's telling me about how they're offsetting their expenses and overruns from salary lag to investment income, and I've written amendments accordingly from there. I've paid a lot of attention here. I'm not trying to waste your time at all. I would be more than happy to refer this back to administration with a go-ahead for the necessary RFPs and allow them to do the work and try to get some of the downtown work back on the plate for us to discuss and make a decision on. But that's not been allowed to go, so I'll keep on going and see if I can actually bring what I'm seeing to the budget or not. But I'm not trying to waste your time. And I think I speak the least in this room, so I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody.
That's great. I still would like to call the question.
And you've had 2 times in terms of the rounds, and so over the course of the 4 days, as it relates to general operating and capital, there have been 3 members that have been allowed to ask questions twice, and that would be yourself and Councillor Pandura and Councillor Stanichuk. If nobody else wants to ask a question, I guess that's fair, but it would seem that you're showing a bit of preferential treatment to yourself in terms of ability to ask questions around the horseshoe. But you want me to call the question? I do not believe that the question can be called because the procedure bylaw says that everyone is allowed a chance to speak. We started out at the outset that there's 2 rounds around the horseshoe. Councillor Mancinelli has expressed what he's looking for in terms of salary lag and where investment income is being used to fund millions of dollars worth of offsets, and so I think he's just trying to get to the bottom of it. But you want to call a point of order? We'll vote on it. Yeah. Oh, wait, sorry, I don't have to vote on it. Hang on a second. Yeah, so if you'd like to challenge my ruling, Councillor Bresciani, you go right ahead.
I have a comment. Can I
Yeah,
make a
please go
comment?
ahead. Yeah, of course.
The concern I have is, and I know Councillor Mancinelli, you wanted it referred back early on, and I know that didn't go in that direction. But I guess for myself as I sit, I ask that we've pushed out motions in advance normally. That's what we do as a council. That hasn't been, and I understand you've got lots of motions to come forth. But some of the questions could have been sent electronically to advance to get the information that you're wanting. As we sit here, 4th day of budget, I just ask, and I think respectfully, that it just be timely to have Mr. Lacey to read everything out. I think that's you could have had it in advance back to you in some form. You said you've already got it and you're just making sure. I guess we're just asking, I hope it's not going to go, sure. I guess my point is, yes, can you shorten it up is my point.
I'm trying. If I could have just pointed out 3 pieces of information off that whole list, I would have. But like I've said, I've struggled through the books to line up information, look from long-term to mid-term, and trying to understand. I know that's generally their job. The biggest problem I've heard repeatedly in this city has been the downtown sucking us dry and not being addressed, and it's everything I'm trying right now to get that corrected. And I'm a councillor for the Northwest, so I don't know how that makes any sense, but if I'm ever going to have tax affordability in this city, we got to fix our long-term problems.
No problem.
So I'm committed.
Push out the questions, thank you.
On the challenge.
Sorry, was it Councillor Stanichuk or Councillor Nelson that challenged?
Stanichuk,
Councillors, no,
Zakiniak.
you've made the point of order. She can challenge the...
No.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So just for the sake of clarity, so if there's a challenge to your ruling, which is, whether or not we can call the question, does it just take a majority vote for us to call the question? That's what I'm wanting to know.
I'll have the clerk respond, but I'm referring to 25-7, which is notwithstanding any of the other subsections. Council's considering the city's annual budget. Members may have multiple opportunities of 5 minutes each to speak on each of the 4 individual budget sections on a rotational basis until all questions are exhausted. aside
Right.
from us being exhausted. The questions haven't been exhausted, but go ahead, Mr. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to the point of order, it would be my opinion that the mayor is correct. The procedure bylaw explicitly states that members have up to 5 minutes on 2 opportunities each on a rotational basis. That was something a previous council about 4 or 5 years ago instituted because members at that time felt that they really only had 1 round of questions and they were rushed. So it would be going against what the bylaw says.
Okay, but I still have the same question. Does it just take a majority vote? Is that how this would work?
Yeah, in terms of a challenge, absolutely.
Okay, but I can't challenge, someone else would have to?
She's,
You're challenging the chair.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
what you...
I'll go ahead and do that.
And a seconder?
Can Councilor Mancinelli just put the motion on the floor? Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Can Councilor Mancinelli just put the motion on the floor?
Well, he doesn't want to.
I can't understand you, I'm sorry. Do you understand her? 'Cause my first one, but I have many to go through, so.
He has
I need
9
like
to
2 more
15.
answers, I believe.
No, go ahead.
So procedurally. His motion's on the
Councillor
floor.
Mancinelli, could you move on to the questions? Because maybe, I think, you're asking about
I can-
salary lag.
I was asking
You don't have
salary,
a
I
seconder,
wanted to
Councillor.
know.
Yeah, I can withdraw.
Okay,
I think you mentioned salary lag and something else.
yeah. Yeah, I was trying to find out the mechanisms that were used to overcome. It was salary lag and investment income. We were told it was a mixed and left at that, and with the accurate answers Mr. Lacey just gave me, I kind of have an idea by department how much investment income goes towards right-sizing that and how much salary lag, and so far out of all the answers, it's been salary lag, so that's kind of where I'm getting with it. Are there any more left to go before we interrupt Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we just have one more department to go through,
Sure, thank you.
which is water, waste, and the environmental services line, which, department, which saw a negative revenue variance of 2.3 million, but a positive expense variance of 1.9. And this is due to reduced landfill and landfill gas sales revenue. And the decreased costs are just due to a decrease as a result of the transfer to the solid waste reserve and some partial salary lag offset by increased fuel costs. And so that was a long list. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we're forecasting a third quarter positive revenue variance of just a little bit over $7.5 million, close to 7.6. Forecasting a negative expense variance of 9.1 million, which gets you to a net difference of just under 1.6 million, which is what our third quarter deficit is that we're projecting. And maybe I just mentioned, key factors that are that contribute to that deficit are, and you touched on it, Councillor Mancinelli, increased expenses for winter road maintenance, increased fuel costs, and unbudgeted costs like the emergency shelter, which were partially offset by increased revenues, largely focused on the interest revenue increase. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, and just what funds are held in the investment portfolio? The funds that are held in there, I think that was talked about earlier this morning. That's a grouping of all the reserve funds put through and put into an investment portfolio, correct?
So, thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So, the cash reserves would primarily be made up, yes, of reserve funds that have been set aside through collection of either fees and charges or property taxes, as an example. It also include any capital projects that are capital carry forward, so we've collected the revenue, but have not yet spent them on the capital projects, and the rest is just due to a timing difference between when we collect revenue and expense.
Okay. I guess I'll move my first amendment. I'd like to move that we allocate all investment income earned from reserve balances held within the investment portfolio to the asset revitalization reserve at a 75% rate, and 25% of that go into the general reserve fund. Anyone second me on that one? Thanks, Councillor Hawkins. The reason I'm bringing this about is because every year we have a magic bag of investment money that comes to council. Sometimes it offsets a mill rate increase, sometimes it goes towards some kind of an overspend. It's money that appears, luckily, because there's been money well saved. But I think that when we're budgeting, it's about sticking to the budget, trying to control the spends, and knowing where the money's going, so we're in control of the outcomes. With this, we'll always be replenishing our general reserve fund and our asset revitalization reserve, and it makes future councils more answerable to spends and budgeting and keeping track of the work done by administration. One of the problems I've come across is trying to figure out how previously sought out buckets of money were put aside, and what type of thought goes into the risk manager for bringing those forward, and not enough weights and measures putting up to timeliness. Once again, I think that funds that kind of appear and are moved around quickly, I'd like to have those into real placeholders going forward and out in the purview of the public and a known action with them.
Are you good, Councillor Mancinelli?
I think so.
Okay, well, you close off debate. On the amendment, Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no implicit reason why investment income earned would have to be turned back entirely to the reserve balances. To the asset revitalization reserve. You'd want to know what the requirements in that reserve are and what the investment income will be used for, so that there's greater transparency in this model than there is in the current model. The 25% for the general reserve fund seems to be a reasonable way to start to build up the general reserve fund. So I'm supporting this because I think it forces out into daylight greater accountability on income earned through investments in the reserve balances.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Skiniak, please go ahead.
I have a question for the mover. Councillor Mancinelli, is it accurate that you're on the Audit and Finance Committee?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, it is.
How would this, this to me looks like something that would potentially come from that committee in a different circumstance. Would this be like in general an appropriate venue for these sorts of considerations?
Had we not have to discuss this at budget on getting projects back onto the ledger, yes, it would. But because we've had a costed problem for getting any kind of action on the downtown projects, I've gone through the budget book to make sure that if I'm making changes, I'm trying my best to be responsible and accounting for them. I'm a mechanic, not an accountant. I said that before. I wanted a referral.
So I understand you wanted a referral and that wasn't supported, so then we move on.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be able to support this. I don't have the expertise to understand whether or not this makes sense. I don't think that these are the sorts of decisions that we should be making on the floor of council. I think the Audit and Finance Committee is the appropriate venue for them. So any ones that are similar in nature to this sort of level of detail, I unfortunately won't be able to support. That's all I have.
Councillor Skiniak. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. To administration, what are the risks in doing this? And I guess we talked also about looking at a new model for the way that we budget. Is this something that would be taken into consideration when that's done? So I need to know the risks of doing this, because if we don't have the general reserve fund when we need it, and it's moved to now asset revitalization, like, then what do we have to
Just a
then
point of
move that?
clarification, this is moving money to the general reserve fund. Currently,
asset.
it's supposed to move straight to asset revitalization. This moves 25% over to the general reserve fund to help prop up operations that way. So,
To the general reserve. Go ahead.
So through you, Mayor Masters, so currently in the 2024 budget before you, there's 10.3 million in investment income that's included in the operating budget revenue. That revenue is to fund the expense side of the budget. So as I understand the motion as it's currently before you, that those funds would no longer be there to fund 10.3 million worth of expenses. Historically, we've always used investment income as part of our operating revenues because it helps lower the overall mill rate increase because it helps fund some of the expense side of the budget. So if this motion passes, we'll have an unbalanced budget of $10.3 million. And so we would be required basically to do something to bring the budget back into balance, another action. The only other comment I would have here is there is, I think it's by bylaw, whereby if investment income exceeds what is in the budget, there is a formula that allows, with the city manager's discretion, to allocate then some or all of that investment income that's greater than budget to, I believe it's the Asset Revitalization Reserve. So there's a bylaw that's in place that deals with when investment income exceeds what's in the budget. As I understand this motion, this basically takes out what's currently in the budget and we put it all towards those two reserves. So that creates a gap then that we would need to close.
Okay. So in that, hearing the response from Mr. Lacey, I will not be able to accept or support this. And I agree with Councillor Zakidniak. Again, these are the decisions that I believe would fit with audit and finance. Doesn't fit at the budget unless you're trying to come up with another motion that's you want to take out of some of these reserves. Like I guess that's where it gets really, really. It shouldn't happen here. It should happen in audit and finance. You're there. Move those forward next as you sit there to try and, if you see, because Jason, I know you're good with numbers and you want to see some work done on both here, but I can't support this because there will be a gap, as we've heard. But to, again, here at budget, it's not the place to make these. I can't support it.
am I allowed to close the debate?
Councillor Stevens has a question.
Thank you. To the mover, I appreciate this approach actually, but given what Mr. Lacey said about this creating an unbalanced budget right on the spot, I'm kind of curious about your response to that, and if perhaps this might be reframed in such a way that in the future for the next budget cycle we would consider this move so they could actually budget and balance accordingly. Your thoughts?
Overall, I agree with Mr. Lacey as well. Once again, there was long-term plans that we funded through lots of planning models, transportation models, city planning models. In the last variation of the budget as we've presented, without any lineage, a lot of those long-term plans were put to the side and extended. If we're going to be a successful city, we have to show that we know how to do work, we respect the investment people are going to make, and we have to follow our plans and our timelines. When that goes in regards to the downtown, especially after the storied past of our downtown coming through a pandemic and all the other problems, I don't think we can go through the reputational damage of extending projects, flubbing them around, and bringing questions to business, and hope to go forth and build a strong and vibrant downtown. Some of the timely decisions of the day displaced the long-term planning decisions. Another example of not of the downtown, but of transportation throughout the city, is the ring road widening between Albert and McDonald. That was a 10-year plan, and once again, put off. Trying to follow through a budget to the outcomes and the timelines is what I'm trying to reinforce, and the importance behind it for investment and quality of life in our community is what I'm trying to protect. So I really would like a referral to get administration to do this properly. Thank you.
If I could follow up through the chair, so if this passes, what is your proposal to balance the budget? And perhaps you have follow-up amendments to take that on. And secondly, 100% support the spirit. Why put in these reserves and not in specific projects that you're intending on seeing come to completion this year?
Once again, over the mechanism of topping up the reserves, the problems that bring us into what's going on today. The spend through out of a reserve, allowing budgets to go against variances, move forward, and then get rejigged and taken out of the long-term plan is something I'm trying to address. And I don't work with an administration, so I'm on the outside staring in, trying to figure out how I can rectify this. So that's where I'm coming at it from Councillor Stevens.
Okay, I don't want to belabor the point, Councillor, and perhaps this is for Mr. Lacey. So if we have an estimated $10 million shortfall as a result of this, can a councillor or perhaps administration provide some guidance on how we would handle that other than our typical lever of increasing the mill rate to make up for that?
Yeah, just to say this, once again, I'm looking for funding to try to fund projects that have been funded. This won't make it in on itself. It's a tangent to start to repopulate the general reserve fund should the change made. I'm really okay having this referred to audit and finance or moving forward. But if I'm going to start making changes, I know that it's already been said that we have a funding shortfall to preserve those changes or to make those changes. So I thought if I was going to ask for motions, I better have an idea of how we can piece this together. And so that's what I've gone out of my way to try to bring and do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens, I think you asked Mr. Lacey a question. Mr. Lacey, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So I'd say this is the same conversation and challenge administration had internally in bringing the budget before you. We do know that we have recommended deferral of some projects, and that was all about trying to strike a recommendation that we felt we could bring to you that balanced revenue increases being requested and expenses in the budget to come to what is an affordable mill rate increase, which is ultimately Council's decision with respect to the mill rate and what the core expenditures are in the budget. So the short answer to your question is if this 12 million comes out, it's the same challenge and issues that administration faced in its making of this budget. You either increase revenues, pick a revenue source, or you decrease expenses. And you can decrease expenses by entirely eliminating projects or deferring projects. So I would suggest that that's the same. So those are your two choices around the piece.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. At least I know I started out on the right brick. I didn't start out in thin air, so.
Thank you, that's all I had.
Councillor Mancinelli, I guess my question is, would you take a friendly amendment to refer the idea of this policy to the Audit and Finance Committee for discussion?
Not on.
Yeah.
I definitely appreciate the friendly amendment. And once again, setting out, I was trying to speak for the shortfalls might incur by increasing the spendings on some of the stuff I spoke of. This isn't going to make or break it by itself, and if it creates a shortfall, especially hearing administration was also considering this, I'm very happy to have it referred.
Okay, just 1 second. Councillor Hawkins, are you okay with that amendment? Councillor Mancinelli, go. Sorry, hang on a second. No, on a referral basis, it's good. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, you can close off.
No, I've said more than I need to already, and I got more to go, so let them go. We got to speed up.
Sorry, Councillor Skinner, what was that? Yeah, Yeah, well, it's, now the motion is to refer the idea of the policy on on the idea of a go-forward basis to be referred to audit and finance for debate, as you suggested. All right, that. Okay. Clerks, can you call the vote on a referral of this idea for future allocation to reserve funds?
LeBlanc in favor.
Councillor LeBlanc voted in favor.
Mayor Masters, the motion has passed by a vote of 10-0, with all members present voting in favor. Councillor Stevens has joined the meeting, and Councillor Mole is temporarily away.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, you're back on the clock.
Thank you. How many positions are currently unfilled in the city? That's the salary lag. Of those, how many are older than 6 months? And what are the historical year-to-year comparisons of the salary lag component of the city?
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, the last piece?
What's the historical salary lag position of the city from year to year?
So I will start, and then I might, any follow-up questions, have Ms. Burns comment. So I'd just like to make one kind of just general comment to begin, and that is, firstly, that the leadership team, particularly at the start of this year, so back in January, under the new city manager, implemented a discretionary hiring review process where ELT, the executive leadership team, reviewed any vacant non-operational positions that people were looking to post or that were empty with respect to whether or not those positions should be filled or whether there are other priorities in the organization or whether those positions are any longer needed. And as well, we also took the opportunity to look at our long-term vacancies as well. So there's been a lot of work done on that over the past year, and so we've gotten to the point where we're at now. The latest information I have is that we currently have 36 vacancies, which represents about 1.6% of our overall FTE count of 2,300 FTE. Of those, 17 of those have been vacant for less than 6 months, and of that 17, 13 have been vacant for less than 3 months. And 19 have been vacant for longer than 6 months. Of those 19, approximately 12 of them, or 2/3 of them, relate to funds related to that position that have been reallocated or repurposed on a temporary basis, usually with respect to funding a temporary position within the organization. 5 are currently being reviewed with respect to being converted either to a different job type or updating the job description, which might result in a different classification. And 2 are waiting for project decisions. I think one of them, for example, is the accessible taxi program, which council hasn't proceeded with, so it's being held until decisions are made around that piece. And then with respect to your final question, I think it was about dollar value.
I think it was year over year, actually.
Pardon?
Year over year. What was their salary?
Year over year, between the 2 years. So I know it's in my notes, but I'm not going to be able to find it right away without a few minutes. Maybe Ms. Burns has what the salary lag is forecasted to be this year compared to what it was last year. I think that's your question. And I will look for it while we wait.
Through you, Mayor, I don't have that handy right now. If you want to give us a few moments, we have to be able to find that for you. So.
Okay. If you give me a few minutes, I think we'll find it.
If we're going to be a few minutes, should I move on to keep the meeting moving?
Yeah,
Not
please.
really Let me just figure out where I can go here. What's that?
So you can go to ask, just move on to that senior government services.
Yeah, I will.
I'm just checking your messages.
No, not yet.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Masters, so we are forecasting a corporate salary lag of 5.9 million for this year. Last year, the corporate salary lag was 4.5 million.
Okay, I guess next up, I will move to, I'll move amendment, my next amendment. I'd like to move an amendment to cut overtime by 25% for 2024 and set aside $2,101,144 to be utilized to fund outstanding projects at the approval of council, or if unused, to be transferred to the general reserve fund. Noting that salary lag has been used as a instrument throughout the budgets, and along with salary lag comes a lack of positions. There's also a need to do that work, hence the overtime. Understanding the work put towards the salary lag, bringing it under control, and looking to try to get some funding in place as I've described. That's why I've moved this amendment towards an overtime cut. I know the work needs to be done, but the hedging and what we've gone through at the overtime rate, I think, can be brought under control, and I think that portion can be part of the missing funds for the work that we've been talking about, or I've been talking about to date in the meeting. Do you have a seconder for that amendment?
Oh,
Seconder for
Councillor
amendment.
Mancinelli's looking for a seconder. What's that? Sorry, he'll put it up. You all right with that? Okay, Councillor Hawkins?
So I guess I haven't finished speaking my amendment yet, just say it out loud again. Salary lag being used as one of the instruments, has been heavily studied, it's being corrected. Overtime would be an outcome from a lack of positions. With the correcting going on and trying to find the necessary monies in the budget, this would be one of the instruments to recover some of those funds.
Any questions for administration on this, Councillor, or do you want me to move on?
I guess we got the amendment up. I've explained myself. Any kind of a opinion on it, I don't think I'm right. Like I said, I'm reading through a book without any experience inside the room. So please, any opinions you can share.
Okay, Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm kind of curious where overtime is concentrated. So staff who may be deployed to replace lead service connections, to deal with a water break, is it transit? I just need to know who isn't going to be doing this work in the end of the day and what that means to actually accomplishing tasks, which are all done by labor and overtime and labor expenses.
Thanks, Councillor Stevens. There is an overtime details in the council library. Mr. Lacey, you want to answer the question?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'll just make a quick comment, and I'll ask Ms. Burns for further. Oh, Mr. Doney. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Doney, because most of it's in his areas. Three key areas: roadways, transit, and utilities is where we see the vast majority of the overtime occur. And I'll ask Mr. Doney to comment.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So as mentioned, the majority of overtime for the City of Regina is in the operations, and a lot of it is tied to weather. So we'll have increased overtime for snow removal, we'll have increased overtime for water main breaks, and we'll have increased overtime to deal with unexpected events. Also, we have overtime when we're trying to reduce the impact to residents. So for example, Louvain Drive was done 6 weeks earlier than estimated because we did overtime to reduce that impact and have that road opened up sooner than possible. And also we have overtime in our transit department. So as a summary, if this is mandated by City Council, there will be service level impacts to reducing overtime.
Thank you. Through the chair, perhaps for administration, but also for Councillor Mancinelli, what evidence is there that salary lag is the cause of this overtime projection? And how does that square with what we've heard from administration?
That's my words inserted, Councillor Stevens. Once again, I don't have the benefit of the room of professionals, so trying to re-engineer a budget book over the weekend, looking at vacant positions and extra work to fill them. For me, like every good conspiracy theorist, I drew a one-to-one correlation.
Okay. Fine. I guess my comment to the mover, and you don't need to respond to this. I know where you're going with this. I appreciate it. I know your focus. My suggestion might be propose a mill rate increase of 1% and dedicate it entirely to the reserve fund or to these projects, as an example. That's something I get behind. I'm worried that these one-offs and the lack of notice about the implications of this is a bit of an issue, but I would support devoting resources to these causes as a heads up.
May I answer that? Truthfully, my hope was to have an updated budget with a updated mill rate suggestion that we could try to work back at and take some of the hardcore fixes our city needs to implement, as opposed to some of the more politically natured movements that kind of come through with this budget. I don't know where the mill rate should be, but I do know that if we don't fix some of our problems in the downtown and transportation, yeah, quality of life is going to suffer for a long time. So yeah, I don't disagree, Councillor Stevens. This is the format I'm kind of having to do it. Maybe I should try my referral motion one more time. This one here.
Councillor Mancinelli, I think we have to deal with the amendment that's on the floor first.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, Councillor Zakiniak.
I'd like to refer this motion to the Audit and Finance Committee.
Excellent. You need a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Nelson. It goes to vote. Council, vote on referring the motion, the amendment to Audit and Finance.
LeBlanc in favor.
Councillor Stevens?
In favor.
Thank you.
Mayor Masters, the referral motion is passed in a vote of 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Hang on a second. Councillor Mancinelli, you have 3 minutes still on the main.
Just before I start eating up a bunch of time again, I will try it one more time. There was a list provided by administration with projects that have RFPs that were some of the worry about the first referral motion I made to have this brought back. I'd like to refer this budget portion back to administration while granting a go-ahead for the RFPs not to slow administration down in their works or incur cost.
Councillor Mancinelli needs a seconder. Oh, you know what, why don't we, 1 second. The deputy clerk will put it up.
I'm going to try to move this with a referral with the RFPs to go out so we don't incur any extra costs or any problems performing duties, and see if I can't get administration to put these options for us to debate instead of me trying to build a budget and then inserting the downtown work on top of it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to ask the clerk. We have, Councillor Mancinelli has tried to refer this, I think, is it 2 or 3 times?
Once I succeeded, and then someone said it was illegal, and then we rescinded the vote.
Okay, so sorry, I apologize. So it seemed like a lot more.
Yeah.
Anyway, I understood if it is, if we're doing the same thing, it cannot be done again. So if I could just have the clerk explain how this would be allowable.
I think I can explain, actually.
This part of the budget, because you said the holistic
Okay, I'll let
budget
clerk.
back.
Hang on, 1 sec, sorry. You with the clerk? There we go.
Mayor Masters, through you to the question put by Councilor Bresciani. The distinction or the difference now that has happened is that there have been some subsequent amendments that have been made and subsequent referrals of particular portions of the main motion. So with that, one could argue that this is a new referral, still does not take away council's prerogative from either approving or disapproving. But as long as the motion has changed from a previous one, and one could argue it has, and it's also perhaps seemed to be minor, nonetheless, it's a new motion. But it's in the hands of council to vote on it.
Councillor Mancinelli requires a seconder for referral. Councillor Hawkins? Goes to vote.
LeBlanc opposed.
One moment. Mr. Lacy?
Oh, okay. I was just going to suggest that subsequent to the conversation yesterday, we went back and looked at what RFPs are out in the market, which ones are going to be going out in January and need to proceed. And so that list has been adjusted by about 5 million based on further work that we've done downwards, adjusted downwards.
or Mayor Masters, I'm sorry. The referral motion has been defeated. 5 have voted in favor, 6 have voted against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak.
All right, Councillor Mancinelli, you tried. 1 second here, I'll let you know how much time you got. You still have 3 minutes on the main motion. Go ahead.
Okay, well, we'll shift the dance. Instead of trying to find the funding for it, I'll just put the amendment up to try to get our downtown back into proper order so it's not an albatross on our necks anymore. I'd like to move that we add back into the capital plan for 2024 construction, the 11th Avenue utility and corridor upgrades at the cost administration reported of 16.5. And we add back the capital plan for 2024, the engineering and design work necessary to coordinate Scarth Street rehabilitation with the 11th Avenue project at a cost of 4.25. I have a couple points here about reducing offset spending and such, just trying to keep in touch with the answers given about spending, that we reduce the overall capital budget by 13.5 in offset for 11th Avenue in 2024 and 25 as originally approved, and 750,000 in 2021 and 250,000 in 2022 and 2 million in 2023, and reduce the overall capital budget by 4.25 in offset for Scarth Street in 2024 and 25 as originally approved. 200,000 was collected in 23, 950 was to be set aside in 24, and 3.1 million was to be budgeted in 2025. And on top of that, I'd like there to be an annual update to the Audit and Finance Committee in November of each year of a detailed capital spending report for the current year for the budget actuals for each of the projects going forward. So we understand better which project is at which stage and what the repercussions are.
Mr. Mancinelli requires a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Findura.
And I guess to speak to this, one of the biggest things my residents have ever asked me for was affordable taxes. In the city of Regina, without a viable, activated downtown, we are going to sink the residents we represent as councillors for the edges of the city with tax costs if we don't ever properly price our downtown properties by putting investment in the downtown to bring it back up to standard. Right now, we're in a situation where there's all kinds of federal money coming for densified living. Every time we have a new apartment building come up into one of the green fields, no one wants it in the green fields, but that's the only place there's affordable infrastructure to tap into to plan a project to. Till we get to the point where we can actually have some knowns in the undergrounds in the downtown for one of these developers to actually plan a proper project downtown, we'll never achieve it. And to achieve it means you have to actually fix your problems, not just talk about them and say you did something. If we don't change this, that's all we've done for the last 10 years is talk about what we're going to do to the downtown and not actually achieve it. If all we do is stretch out the project from a 3 to a 5-year plan, we're going to show our businesses yet again that we don't actually know how to do business in Regina and that we don't understand that closing the front door to a business closes the business. So I don't think after all the planning and engagement, it would be wise to stretch out the construction in the downtown for an extra 2 years, which is essentially a de-risking move, but what de-risking means is a chance to catch up on funding. I think right now I'd like to put this on the budget because it's critical to the success of the future of Regina. And maybe we'll have to force something else on that budget to come loose. It's been very, very maneuvered for everyone who has a piece of some kind of shining star of the day that's really popular to hold on to this and keep it tied tight. But if we're going to be responsible keepers of the public purse, we have to make really hard decisions. And there's not much population in downtown, so there's not many voters. So it's really easy to ignore it. But once again, if I'm ever going to bring affordable taxes to the northwest of the city of Regina, I have to fix the downtown problem so it can pay its fair share, especially when those are some of the most expensive buildings in all of Regina. I'd really like to get 2% extra taxes out of 100 million than 2% extra taxes out of 2,000. I hope you'll vote with me.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stanichuk, please go ahead.
So through the chair, question to administration. What I recall hearing for the rationale, one of the rationale why 11th Avenue was not on the capital plan starting next year was partly because there was a belief that the city could coordinate their underground at the same time that the Crowns were doing their underground, and that did not pan out to be true. And so that's part of the reason for the delay. So I'm asking if administration could explain that again, if that is definitely the case, or if there's different reasons, if it was just financial or other reasons.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to start, and then I'm going to ask Mr. DeWall just to give an overview of the downtown revitalization plan and how that's all fitting together. So yes, as I mentioned a couple days ago, last week, there was a change in how the project can be delivered. The original thought was that it would work best for us to be working alongside the external utilities to do the undergrounds at the same time, and that did not prove to be practical as we got into that work, particularly because the marketplace told us there was too much risk associated with that approach. But I'll ask Mr. DeWall just to provide an overview of the downtown plan and how it fits together with the larger strategy.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So our city center is obviously a very complex place. I have looked at the city center in a lot of different ways as a resident and as a staff member at the city, and now the one responsible for the things that you're sort of asking of us here. I think one of the most important things to remember about the city center is that it is the destination in and of itself. It's not one single thing within the city center that brings people there. It is the whole city center. And so being that is the critical point of what we want to accomplish is actually getting people into the city center. The city center department was created. So I am the director of city center and community standards, and city center is a piece of that. So what does that actually mean? The city center is responsible for implementing the city center implementation strategy. Now, we have a lot of planning in the solar system of City of Regina. As we know, we have our official community plan, we have our neighborhood plans, we also have other planning documents such as the Catalyst Committee report. So when it comes to actually implementing all of this, based as somebody who has come from a place of building things within cities, it can become really overwhelming. So just to also provide a little bit of a background on how we implement these things, construction projects that we do, capital projects within the city center, are the tool, they are the mechanism for how we implement the planning. We don't we don't fund plans per se. So we didn't take the official communities plan and say, here's $200 million to go implement that. The official community plan was provided, and it was supposed to provide input to the projects. As you can imagine, a lot of these projects are born out of necessity and born out of infrastructure needs. And so when it comes to needing to actually implement the plan, on top of those, there's an overlay needed. There's a context of what it means for the public realm, not just the pipes in the ground. So the city center implementation strategy is a formal group, has a steering committee within the city, and it provides oversight of all of the capital projects within the city center, but it also provides contextual information to the project teams that would include things like what kind of engagement has been done when you consider the entire city center, not just 11th Avenue or not just Scarth Street. So the idea here would be to take those topics and make sure that everybody that's implementing projects across the city is fully aware of all of the different pieces that we need to consider. So I'll just take one example. So the official community plan and a lot of our planning documents talk about gateways into our downtown. Now, we're not talking about a physical gate. What we're talking about is just a marker that lets you know that you're coming into downtown. Eastview has them. There are a couple of davit poles with a sign that says welcome to Eastview. So our downtown doesn't have anything like that. Those gateways that were planned aren't funded separately. the only way they're going to get funded is through the projects that get implemented in our downtown. But it's not often fair to say to the sewer group, you need to be planning for gateways into the downtown when their business is wastewater and sewer. And so the idea with the city center implementation strategy is to take all of those items, put them together, and apply them to all of the departments across the city so that it gets implemented in an even fashion and in accordance with our planning. Now, it's not an easy task. We have a lot of different things to implement, but we're using the construction projects as the tool to implement those pieces. So going forward, when we're talking about a capital project downtown, take Scarth Street, for example. It's not on an island in and of itself. Scarth Street is an incredibly pivotal piece to our downtown. It connects with 11th Ave, and we also have I would say a world-class theater venue opening there in the next year. So there's a lot of placemaking that needs to happen in that space to make it viable and to make it really attractive to everybody. Now, in addition to just the construction projects, the capital projects are the mechanism, but there's other things that need to get implemented downtown. And saying that we don't have money isn't necessarily always the fair answer. So there's things we can do from a temporary activation point of view. So we're looking at, I was going to say passive activation, but all the planners would crucify me for that, unprogrammed activation. So what we're looking at there is what can we do in the downtown to attract more people there, that we can put infrastructure in that maybe isn't high cost, maybe it's temporary, but it would attract people to downtown. So thinking of things like a basketball court or things that people can walk by and take part in. It doesn't cost you money to take part in. The hope is, sure, people will come play basketball downtown, but they might get a lunch while they're there. So when you're taking all of this into account and how to apply it to the entire city center, that's where the city center group comes into play. And so that's what we're trying to do as city center, and working with all of these colleagues to try and make that happen. So that's the context of the downtown city center implementation strategy. It's not planning, it's an implementation strategy.
If, so I guess my follow-up question through the chair would be, what this motion does is we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? We're taking money from one capital budget to prioritize a project. So how feasible is it to even do that work in 2024 if the funding was reallocated? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, it is not feasible to spend $16.5 million in 2024. The design is still ongoing right now. And so as Mr. DeWall has explained, there's a larger plan that has been developed. This is the exact conversation we have as part of the capital plan advisory group internally of how do we do this or do that, and all these trade-offs. And that's the work that the capital plan advisory group has done to put the recommendations for you, knowing that we had to reduce capital plan. So number 8, particularly 16.5 million in 2024 would not be spent.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not going to be supporting this. I think that there was a plan that was set out for future years, and I think if that's the way it's going to be done, then I support it.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. DeWall just pulled the lid off the marmot pot. Councillor Massanelli has been struggling to make the point that in accordance with the official city plan and much talk at council, we've been trying to desperately activate downtown. And we do it because we want to encourage investment downtown, because we want to keep young people, young entrepreneurs in Regina, because we want to attract tourism, because we're falling behind other major cities, and most particularly Saskatoon. And yet, he's met roadblock after roadblock. we can't do this for this reason, we can't do that for that reason, we can't do the next thing for the next reason. And I only realized it when Mr. DeWall was talking because I'm wondering where the Catalyst Committee report disappeared to. I learned 5 minutes ago that there's something called the City Center Implementation Strategy. I could have been asleep. I've never heard of that at council. Turns out it's an internal group that's calling the shots. And it's something called a City Center Implementation Group. That seems to be, unbeknownst to council, what's happened to the idea of activation downtown. My question to the administration is simple. What is this implementation strategy? Who approved it? Does council know about it? Who is the group that's on this implementation strategy? Is that how ideas like the 11th Street and Scar Street project disappeared? Is that how the Catalyst Committee disappeared? What's going on? To the administration through the mayor.
Who administration would like to take it? Mr. DeWall? Okay, you got your hand up. Your mic's on. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. The City Center Implementation Strategy, which is the implementation actions that are taken by the city administration, is simply a way of outlining or describing how we're going to make sure that it is a coordinated approach. So what is the structure that's been set up is this. The group that makes up the steering committee is comprised of the directors who are the sponsors on all of the major capital projects. So for every capital project that's happening in the downtown, that director, that sponsor, sits on the committee in order to provide guidance to understand how we should be implementing going forward. The idea with this is efficiency. I know it may not seem so at this very moment, but the idea is efficiency. This group currently hasn't had the opportunity to demonstrate what it's capable of doing because it's just been formed in this fall as this new division or new department has been set up. So the idea here is that there is accountability and communication throughout all of the projects and also sitting on this internal group that is coordinating all of this work to take place.
Mayor, one of the difficulties we've had with the budget debate is a concern about lack of transparency. This came up on day one. Within a couple of hours when people started to say, myself included, I can't understand the budget. Now, Councillor Mancinelli spent a lot of time understanding the budget, and he's told us, hey, some of the big projects that we voted on in council that are in our official city plan are being kicked out of this budget. Wouldn't it have been a good idea before this implementation plan, which appears to cancel most of what council's been doing or postpone it into the years and years from now, wouldn't it have been a good idea to tell council this so we would have known? I have a lot of trouble seeing how a basketball court is going to activate the downtown. I'm very disappointed in this, and I am appreciative of Councillor Mancinelli's efforts, and I will support his motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens, I think you're up.
Great, thank you. Through the chair to administration, perhaps we got this wrong in our interpretation in the past. Has something changed in terms of the sequencing, or was it a matter of discovering that we had to delay, pause, and resequence some of this work? Because we did approve capital budgets that were meant to take on Scar Street, that were meant to take on 11th Avenue. Things seem to have changed, but perhaps we misinterpreted past reports. Please clarify.
Mr. Doney?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. Programs always are adjusted slightly. The biggest change in this the biggest change on this budget is that we've had to defer projects because of the increased cost to meet the mill rate that is put in front of you. And so we've deferred SAS Drive as an example to have a reasonable mill rate. So that's the biggest change. There's always a few tweaks between the different projects, but Scar Street is still in the plan, Sass Drive is still in the plan, but they are pushed out so that we can have an affordable mill rate, or what administration thought was an affordable mill rate for council to consider.
Okay, I guess my concern with that, and that's fair, that's a political concern, but what we have just heard and we heard previously is that technically we couldn't or we shouldn't proceed with the 11th Avenue project simply because there was actually other work that needed to be done. So I just need, like, if it's really a money issue, that's one thing. But if administration is also telling us it's a technical question, that's another. So which is it? I just need to know, because I've heard two different stories right now, and I think they're intertwined, but I just need to know which is it. Is it primarily a technical issue in 11th?
Through you, Mayor Masters, 11th is a technical issue.
Okay.
Sass Drive and Scarth are more of a budget issue. Of course, those three roads we're talking about are all very connected, and so there's a construction situation also, but that's kind of breaks down those three different areas.
Okay, thank you. To the mover, I guess maybe I'm asking you if you have reason to believe that the technical advice is off. You've read the budget very closely, you've put forward something that has implications. If that's the case, would you be prepared to go in camera to talk about this?
Microphone? Quite honestly, I would rather go in camera to talk about this because I can talk openly. I know there's very smart people who have credentials that I don't have on the other side of this bench, and I can slag them by telling people what I think, but that doesn't mean anything. You guys kind of want to hear what I'm thinking about this? I'd rather go in camera for a second, and I'm not a technical expert. I'll share what I'm thinking, and you can decide if I'm just off in la-la land or how you feel about the thoughts. But I wouldn't want to say that publicly because I don't have an engineering stamp behind my name. I'm not an architect, and they're just some mechanics' thoughts.
I'll ask it a different way because we can't go in camera just to have an adult conversation, unfortunately. I would say, do you have evidence from engineering firms, consultants, technical experts that might be under contract from the city that we could not discuss in public at this moment? Would you is that something we would need to go in camera to discuss?
So here again, I follow my council descriptions pretty hard. I haven't stepped through administration to get any first-hand information that I know of other than a couple passing highs, and sorry for making extra work, but I got to try to do this. No, there's no engineers that have reported back to me directly with some kind of special information. But I have gone about to ask what all term de-risking can identify and what are some of the tangents. And there again, you know, I can share how that reads out to me, but I just don't want to be disrespectful to anyone who actually knows.
Okay. Through the chair to the movers. So the way I'm piecing this together is 11th Avenue, so that would be A and C of your amendment. These are technical issues. So there's going to be work happening. It's just not going to necessarily be all of the large capital work that we want to see happen. I would ask, but Scar Street, I'm told, is a different matter. That's a money issue. And so that would make sense along your line of logic, Councillor Mancinelli. Would you be prepared to drop A and C and to just stick with the Scar Street component, considering that is a financial matter?
I guess a moment ago I didn't want to speak up, but I've championed this for hours and I've gone through this far, so I'll speak up. This was originally a 3-year plan to do things in thirds. The undergrounds done by the Crown corporations were the first year. It wasn't the perfect crystal ball, but it got a little bit of insight into what's going on under the ground. Between inflation and that little bit of a vision underground, that caused prices to raise and escalate very, very quickly by a lot more than 10% or 20% from what I can tell. I think de-risking is setting aside enough capital to react to the new information found. And I think that with that de-risking, it induces a new risk. Putting off the necessary investment in the center of Regina, coming out of a pandemic, when the federal government has all kinds of grant money available for densified living, and the only way we can place anyone with any density is in the outskirts of Regina. So there's the de-risking that's going through my head. Did you understand that?
Yes, actually. I've known you long enough to get where you're going with this. Thank you.
Makes it easier on me.
So I guess back to administration regarding Scar Street. Let's say money wasn't the question here. Would there be any technical challenges advancing Scar Street in 2024 and still going ahead with 11th? Or do we have to sequence necessarily the design and work on Scar Street at the same time as we're proceeding with 11th?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I provided a fair bit of information. I'm going to ask Ms. Sigwin just to give a bit more details and information on Scar Street and how that aligns with our overall plans.
Through the mayor, I'm going to start, and then as a team here, we'll try to tag team a bit on the answers. So Scar Street still needs a fair bit of design work done on it, which would probably not have us in a position to start construction as early as 2025. However, we've also been working very closely with our partners in the external utilities, and SAS Power wouldn't be ready to be in there until 2027, which is why we had ultimately recommended aligning with them.
Okay, so in terms of what is actually advancing with Scar Street, so the design work could happen whenever. Is that correct? So we could work on that in 2024 and spend the money there. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, yes, and I while there's no funding shown, there is work progressing with some of the design conversations for Scar Street. But then the detailed design work would happen just before construction would start. But there is work already progressing on it.
Okay, and then, sorry.
Sorry, just to add, that includes further engagement on what Scar Street will become.
And just to be clear, that's in 2024.
Through the chair, yes, that's what is being started or is being worked on right now.
Okay, and then by 2025, we're talking that this is then, by the time 2025 hits, that's a shovel-ready project. And that's a 2-year project because you said that the utilities can't get in there until 2027.
Through the chair, I'm not sure that I could say with confidence that 2025 it would be shovel-ready, but we would definitely have a better sense of where we're going with it and how much time it would take to complete the design. One of the reasons I'm somewhat hesitant is we need to have some information from the utilities as well to understand how to coordinate the designs together.
Okay, thank you. Just this is to the chair. I would request that we vote on A and C as a package because they're both 11th Avenue, B and D as a package because it's Scar Street, and E as a separate item.
Okay, Councillor, I can do that. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. You have 25 seconds. Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Hi, just quickly, one of the things that I know as a council we have asked for many years, so roads are not just dug up everywhere, here and there, to actually coordinate. But also SAS Power goes in and then they have to do their work and then there's construction holds up. So I'm actually really grateful that our administration has taken that to say we actually, especially downtown, that you're going to do this coordinated effort. I think that's awesome. I also heard that the reason it wasn't brought forward is because of that coordination with SAS Power. But I just also heard though that that Scar Street can be started, and I'm a little confused because I heard that it couldn't be started and now I'm hearing Scar Street can be started. So I just need clarity because I understood that it could not be done because of the coordination. So I just need clarity there through the chair.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So when we're talking about these construction projects, typically what they would, the life cycle of it would be inception when the need is identified, and then we would go through a time of information gathering, so engagement, best practices, jurisdictional reviews, and then we would get into a conceptual design, and then we would work into design development. So now you're getting a little bit more serious, and then you get into a detailed design, and then you go to procurement, and then you go to execution. So what we're talking about here with Scarth Street is that right now internally we will be doing some work to get the planning rolling, and we're going to continue with engagement in the context of Scarth, but also in addition to the rest of the downtown, because each one of these projects has done engagement for themselves but hasn't necessarily taken into account the city center as a whole, and so that again is one of the aspects of the city center group. So the idea is that we would continue to do some of this work in Scarth. If Scarth was advanced, we would then proceed with more of that detailed design to get it ready so that it would be a shovel-ready project. But just relating back to what Ms. Seguin said, we have to coordinate with the Crowns. And when we talk about coordinating with the Crowns, we need to recognize that their infrastructure is different than ours. And so when we're talking about coordinating, we're not necessarily talking about SAS Power crews and city crews being in a trench together. SAS Power needs to go in and do what they need to do, and they have structure to put in and infrastructure to put in the ground. And then we would come in there after the fact and put in ours. So there's different levels of coordination, and we work very well with each other, but I just want to make sure it's understood that it's not like we're all on the same site working at the same time doing the same thing.
Yeah. Thank you. So just to this, though, is that the way it was recommended from staff, the impact here is saying that they want it to start next year. I mean, but I'm already hearing that there is work already being done.
Through the mayor, we would be able to advance more of the design development and detailed design work rather than just the conceptual design work.
Okay. And I guess the only other question I would ask is we heard from the downtown bid that they were surprised that this wasn't in there and all that kind of stuff. And we talk about engagement. Does our city staff, they would be a stakeholder, obviously, that you would communicate. Did they not get this message of why the coordinated effort was a priority?
Through you, Mayor Masters, they do get the updates. We communicate with the bid on a regular basis. Okay. However, in this particular case, they were caught by surprise in that we weren't able to proceed with that construction, which was their desire.
Okay.
I understand their frustration because we also feel it. But I would say that we are working to ensure that we can implement this as responsibly and as quickly as we can.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Just one sec. Okay.
Sorry, Mayor Masters?
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mayor Masters, through you. Just a point of clarification for administration. C and D speak to basically finding an offset in the capital plan for the amounts that are itemized here. I think administration would be looking for more specifics and more direction about where in the capital plan to provide the offsets. That would be a challenge for us. I get the intent, but we'd look for some direction from council on that.
So yeah, I went through my first hour trying to look around the plan and name different funding sources and how money gets spent and where investment money goes to. And, you know, I was walking around the thing for overtime and looking for the offsets, and I got called on a point of order, and I was taking up too much time, and I kind of quit that line. And so now we're back to a funding mechanism. I guess right now I would just like to get this onto the plan. We'll have some type of a change to the mill rate accordingly. Well, I'd imagine because all of a sudden we're having an increased cost for the 2024 year, we're going to affect things, are we not?
Well, I guess through you, Mayor Masters, I mean, it fundamentally comes back to the same challenge.
Yeah.
That
So we're going to increase the overall budget.
Increase the mill rate, or you decrease some other capital projects in your plan to offset this increase.
So that's what I'm trying to do right now. I couldn't claw back all the different changes to capital, and I can't do the work of 2,000 people. And I didn't go down all the funding mechanisms, so now I'm just trying to insert it back over and above on the plan. And then as a council, we'll have to figure out what's more important, fixing the downtown or providing fluffy things for people that they've been, you know, some of the stuff that just came out as some of the spends. And I'm willing to do that hard conversation. I think this is so important to the future of our city, to the ability to pay your taxes without it being insurmountable, and for structure and planning going forward. So that's why I'm doing it that way, and I guess whatever we come with from a budget afterwards, that's what we'll have to do as a group to get back under control.
You do still get to talk on this at the close. Technically, we got a second round of 3 minutes, if anybody wants it. We released I've asked this question before, I just wanted answered again, relative to this topic. We released an RFP for 11th Avenue work in May of 2023. Is that correct, Mr. Doney?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
It came back double to triple our estimate. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
Okay. And so how were we going to proceed with it? Had it come back at $6 million, would we have been doing the work, started the work when we were supposed to, when it was budgeted for?
Through you, Mayor Masters, if it had come back within budget, we would have proceeded with the work.
And was this RFP, were we entering into it with the understanding we would be coordinating with the Crown, whether we'd be following them as they had roads dug up or whatnot?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Warren to provide a bit of detail of how that construction coordination was originally contemplated.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So yes, when we went through with our procurement on this, the intent absolutely was to coordinate our work with the external utilities in a way that they would go in the first year, and then we would follow in, you know, that phase in the second year. Basically creating a 4-year plan with the intentions of completing this work in 2026. 2020, yes, 2026. So that is, by all intents and purposes, that is the continued approach is, you know, as we saw the opportunity to take a step back and review and revise the scope of the project after seeing that it was, you know, significantly came in over budget. And then, you know, as we proceeded with the conversations around all of the different work in the downtown and coordinating, you know, with some of the new projects like the Catalyst Committee and things like that, we you know, wanted to take a good opportunity to review the scope of that project in alignment with all of these other projects that were coming to the table, and to ensure that we had a, you know, obviously a strategy that we can implement all of these projects successfully.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. So I guess my question right now, is the technical issue that we're referring to is that our original RFP had us working with the Crowns, and now that they've dug things up and repaved it, we actually have additional costs that will be associated with having to go dig up what was already dug up, and have to create another RFP, being another technical issue?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Mr. Warren just to provide kind of a high-level overview of the cost increases and what we've learned since the last RFP was issued.
Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So when we look at the original budget that was put together in around 2019 compared to what we, you know, as we proceeded through the preliminary design work, there was significant changes to the scope of that project. So things like the extensive engagement that we did with our internal and external stakeholders. There was there was a change to the downtown design standards that we worked very closely with the RD bid on ensuring that, you know, there's a with respect to concrete and street lighting, that the downtown had a specific standard for the downtown. Things like the introduction of the Accessibility Act, which really put a higher priority around ensuring the infrastructure that we're renewing met all of the new accessibility standards. Things like the opportunities to implement some of the priorities in the transit master plan. Obviously, the increase in the pipe sizes and the undergrounds was a major one. The beautification of 11th Avenue and the landscaping that, you know, that as we engaged with the downtown, you know, there was really a major desire to really revitalize and beautify 11th Avenue. So that was some big changes. And then it's been discussed about those increased risks of the undergrounds. And just to speak a little bit more about the underground, so the SAS Power underground infrastructure is in a totally different trench than what the city would be in for their water mains. The SAS Power work is primarily under the sidewalks and a little bit of the parking lane, whereas the water mains is down the center of the street. And then another big thing that we learned through some of these other projects are on Victoria Avenue and Lawrence Street and some of these projects in the other section of Scarth on the other side of the park over the last number of years is really a major desire to mitigate the construction issues. And with that, we're seeing some increased costs trying to mitigate noise, trying to mitigate dust, trying to mitigate the accessibility issues that people, that our business owners have in the downtown. So we included a lot of those into our procurement so that we can ensure that we're trying to mitigate the construction impacts to the downtown as much as possible. So some of these things weren't actually, thought of or included in the original estimate for the downtown when we started to scope this project in 2019. And then of course inflation. Inflation was the big one. Obviously we're seeing between 20 and 30% increase in the cost of the materials and the ability to do the work. So really these were a lot of the things that we that contributed to the increased costs that the administration obviously had to cancel the RFP and take a step back. Take an opportunity to review and revise the scope as we brought the overall budget and the implications to this project to City Council to really look at not only just the 11th Avenue project and the increased cost needed for that, but also the entire capital budget as a whole, so that so we can take a look at all of the different priorities.
Thank you. So of all the changes that you say that occurred as it relates to this project, that happened between May of 2023 and today's date?
That is correct, through you, Mayor Masters.
So I'm going to ask the same question someone, I think Councillor Bresciani asked. Is it because of money? Or is it because we haven't figured out how to coordinate after the Crowns since we aren't going with the Crowns?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no, I would say money, the budget was obviously a major component to that. And actually, over the last number of months, as we had an opportunity to review the scope and the coordination, really one of the things that we thought about is how can we possibly deliver on this project within the same timelines, but, and possibly realize some cost savings. So we looked at, and obviously, this, some of the catalysts to this work was around the fact that we could not physically share a space with SAS Power and complete their work and our work in a single construction season. So as we took a look at the scope of the budget, and I apologize, my computer is going to give me a manual restart, but some of the things that we looked upon is as we had work phased over 3 years, we took a look and said, can we phase this over 2 years? And we thought that we could, as well as see some cost savings when it comes to things like traffic accommodations, one less year of traffic accommodations. Things like the project management, that was a large component of the procurement is the contractor project management, so one less year of project management. And then another big cost savings was around mobilization and demobilization of the project. So one less year of mobilization and demobilization of the construction crews. So we actually thought if we could do this work over 2 years instead of 3, that we could save some money there as well, while also completing the project under the original timelines. The plan to complete this by 2026. So although we were looking to take a year off in terms of major construction for the city side, we know that in 2024 SAS Power is going to continue that work, get very far ahead of the city, so that in 2025 the city has a large section of 11th Avenue to complete construction on. And that we, prioritize this work, and that we fully intend to complete this substantially by 2026 as we have originally planned.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Warren. Mr. DeWall?
Depressed by the eloquent parading of the horribles with the Crowns as the boogeyman. I'd like to move a recess. It's clear we're not going to be able to finish this or anything like it close this evening. Maybe we have to come back tomorrow. Maybe we have to come back in January. But I'd like to move a recess.
Counselor Hawkins, we just need a day and time.
Pardon me?
For a recess, Tuesday, I got 11 a.m. till 2:30, or Thursday, 3 o'clock.
I come back any day or any time except the 25th and the 26th now. But why don't we look at the first week in January, and perhaps the clerk, or the second week in January, and perhaps the clerk can give us some possible dates that work.
Hang on one second.
I'd say as well, Mayor, we're into the Christmas week, and you've got to have some consideration for the staff.
I have 11 a.m. open tomorrow morning. Does that work for everybody? Can I get a roll call? Is that okay with you, Counselor Hawkins?
Yes.
Is that okay with you, Counselor Bresciani? Is that okay with you, Counselor Nelson? That's an opposed. Okay, but you can't attend, okay. You're saying yes, Counselor Mancinelli. Counselor Stadenchuk is a no. Counselor Fundura is a yes. Counselor Zakiniak? Okay, so then that's a no. Counselor Mole? He left the meeting. Counselor LeBlanc at 11 a.m. tomorrow, recess too?
Not available, no.
Not available. Okay, Counselor Stevens?
Not available.
I got a 5-5, so without, without Counselor Mole. Hang on one second. Sorry, it's a 5-5. Counselor Mole is currently not on the meeting, so it's a defeat, but you and I both know you can move it again. Give me 10 seconds, Counsel. Okay. Mr. DeWall, go ahead.
Through the mayor, thank you. I just wanted to note as well that this planning for these capital projects, that the way they've been planned currently has also taken into account the stress of the traffic accommodations required in the downtown. So as we can all know from experience in the city, that construction, when it's implemented in the summer, can cause a lot of issues with traffic congestion. And so these projects were, in the past, planned in a problematic could create a problematic situation with traffic. So doing them in the years that we have proposed, it alleviates a lot of the stress on the main arteries in the different directions so that we can make sure that we don't cripple the downtown with traffic as we go through the implementation of these projects.
Thank you, Mr. DeWall. Councillor Hawkins needs a seconder. Councillor Mancinelli seconds. On a roll call, Councillor Bresciani. That flips it right now. Councillor Stevens.
Sorry, I didn't hear what the motion was.
Well, now that someone else has spoken, Councillor Hawkins has moved a recess to January 3rd at 9 a.m.
No.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Nelson. Councillor Mancinelli seconded. Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Findura. Councillor Zakiniak. Okay. All right. I'd just like to get through my questions, sir.
I'm going to continue to move recesses.
I know.
Because I think it's inappropriate now that we're in the discussion this late in the day, and I will move it after every speaker. I'd ask my colleagues, when we work together to find a day that works, we can come back. It may involve looking at Saturdays as well.
One moment, Councillor Hawkins. Noted. I'm going to try a question. On page 23 of the detailed general capital plan funding source table shows current contributions of $71,767,000 for 2024. Mr. Lacey, have I looked at the right number? That's what the current contributions are for the capital plan, 71.7 million?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
What portion of the 71 million balance is money collected on projects that are now deferred, not completed, or canceled outright? Where I'm going with this is we've collected, it would appear, $3 million from 2021, 2022, and 2023 for 11th Avenue. Where's the $3 million for 11th Avenue?
Okay.
Is it in the current contribution number?
So it would not be in that number, Mayor Masters. This is new funding being put towards the projects in the 2024 capital plan.
Thank you. I guess I think listening to Councillor Mancinelli, where does the delegated authority to remove capital projects from approved plans, where does that delegated authority exist?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I would indicate that is why we're before you here today, is in part to have that conversation with council about whether or not we have accurately reflected council's priorities and desires with respect to the capital plan in front of them, along with the mill rate that supports the current contributions to the capital plan. So I would say that discussion and decision-making process is part of budget.
Mr. Doney, is there any reason why, given that this was primarily a money issue and Now you're just trying to schedule digging up a road. We already released an RFP in May once and then canceled it. Is there any reason you can't get an RFP out by March of this year on 11th Avenue?
Through you, Mayor Masters, there are a few reasons, and I'll ask those that are more connected to developing that RFP to respond. I'll start with Ms. Seguin and then maybe Mr. Warren. They can choose who's best. Mr. Warren, please.
Through you, Mayor Masters, as we finalize the, some of the underground infrastructure components, and then look at our optimum procurement processes, one of the things that we've recognized is that, we need to, especially for a project of this size, like we need to procure this well in advance of the construction occurring. So the goal for this project would be that, in the summer of 2024, we would be procuring for construction in 2025. I would suggest that we could get procurement, amount of time that it takes for a procurement to be on the open market as well, into the summer construction season, and which would come with, I guess, some risks and some liabilities when it comes to increased costs for that contractor.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. So I guess I'm back to my question of who delegated? Your answer is it's right now at Capital, but we're already behind the 8 ball in terms of trying to get a project back up for 2024. And so by effect, what we're hearing from the technical side of things is that because we canceled an RFP in May, because it came back at double or triple the price, because we're not coordinating with the Crowns anymore, and because we just thought you put it in a budget, fair enough, that's where it belongs, but the delegated authority happens through the budget process, but the hands are cuffed of council. So in any event, Councillor Mancinelli, go to close. Anybody want to speak a second time? Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Just once again to say it, why this is such a big deal. I remember Design Regina back in the 90s, the identifying of the problems in our downtown, the information that went forth to create our official community plan. That's 30 years ago, and this was a big deal to re-densify the downtown back then. Empty words are empty and they don't go anywhere, and that's all that's been going on here forever. We put good resources into trying to organize and get this off the ground. And the minute we step up, we go from a 3-year to a 5-year plan. This is the downtown. This is a business district. Businesses can't survive having their doors shuttered or interruptions of business year on year on year, let alone stepping into a construction and extending it by almost double. I referenced the Novia Cafe and the recent fire near Victoria Park. And that's exactly what happened is the Novia Cafe couldn't survive the construction. It was the cornerstone for the building that housed it. Without the cornerstone of the lease of the Novia, the other businesses became too expensive to lease. The building emptied, and now it burnt. And then we wonder why we have no heritage. I'm very happy that administration stepped in to do something about 11th. All the work, all the engagement that's been done to date has been sizable. They've brought the business community and the community along with them on that. But what's happening right now is we're dumping them off the cart. They've told you that their businesses can't survive that kind of an interruption to business. They've told you there's some real dangers there for prolonging the construction. They've spoken clearly. We already know what the lease rate is in our downtown. We already know in every news story you can read the effects of pandemic on downtown and vacancy rates. And in the middle of that, we're going to toss this all up and upset the board and put more businesses at risk, spreading from a 3-year to a 5-year plan. I own a business. I can't imagine having my street cut off for 3 years to the public and trying to survive it. And I can't understand or even imagine having that shifted from 3 to 5 after the work's already been initiated. And this was started last year. I don't think that we can risk the reputational damage of not being in control over construction, hope to bring the downtown out of the hole it's in right now, and show people that we know how to manage and run the city if we can't get our head around the effect we're having on this decision right now. As I've pointed out through this whole debate, I've been trying to find funding opportunities to correct this. That wasn't embraced by my fellow councillors. I hope we can just put it onto the budget and we can strip off somewhere else to right-size our city and finally bring some of that forward planning that people have talked about for literally decades. Administration's the one that pounded this into my head when I first became a councillor. They showed me the hole in our taxes, and they explained to me the whole problem with incremental taxes and how the lift has to happen. I'm just trying to follow the good advice I was given and the input about the state of our city, the things that hold us back, and the success for the future. Thank you.
All right, clerks, can you call, sorry, I had. Council will vote on A and C as Councillor Stevens had requested.
LeBlanc opposed.
Okay, Councillor Stevens?
I voted electronically.
Apologies, I forgot. Thank you.
Mayor Masters, the amendment for parts A and C has been lost. 4 voted in favor, 6 voted against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Stanichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak voted against. Councillor Mole is away.
Thank you so much. One moment, please. Councillor Mancinelli, you still have the floor. One moment.
No, you're going right to B and D now.
Oh, I apologize. Vote on B and D. I apologize. I was trying to move along. I just, if I could get credit for that. Voting on B and D, go ahead. Councillor LeBlanc?
Opposed, thank you.
I won't ask again. We're supposed to break for supper now at 6:15. We don't have supper order.
We're breaking at 6:30.
What's that?
Breaking at 6:30 now.
We're back at 6:30? Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Mayor Masters, the motion has been lost on it. I'm sorry, my apologies. It has been defeated. 4 voting in favor, 6 voting against. Voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stevens, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Mancinelli.
All right.
We just have to vote.
I have one more on this one. I have
we have
number,
to-
point E on this one. All right.
You can.
Go ahead. Call the vote on point E.
I'll go abstain. Take this.
LeBlanc in favor.
We have enough for anything. We can't get an agreement. Mayor Masters, the amendment has passed in a vote of 7-3. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stevens, Mancinelli, LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, and yourself. Voting against were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, and Zakidniak.
Yep, go ahead.
Call a point of order. I just want to call the question.
You want to,
Yeah.
people haven't had all a chance to speak a second time?
No, just call the vote for the whole budget.
But that you're going against the procedure which is agreed to at the beginning, so you would, 1 second, Councillor Nelson.
Mayor Masters, again, I would say the same thing. In your introductory remarks on Wednesday of last week, you indicated that members would have 2 opportunities on each motion, as well as 2 opportunities on each amendment made during the specific sections of the budget debate. That's what has occurred so far, and that is reflected in the procedure bylaw. You can deviate from that, but then you are deviating from your own bylaw, but that is in the hands of council.
Council, let's recess for 5 minutes and meet in the Larry Schneider room just to discuss. recess motion.
That we recess to a date to be determined by the clerk no later than January 5th, 2024.
Counselor Hawkins needs a seconder. Thank you, Counselor Mancinelli. Sorry, what's that? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Not paying attention. Clerks, could you please start the vote?
LeBlanc.
I apologize, Counselor Blanc, what was that?
Opposed. Thank you.
Go ahead, Counselor Bresciani.
So I just have clarification. So if we wanted to continue tonight, we would oppose this, and then, oh, okay, so I'm opposed.
Okay. Clerk, go ahead.
Mayor Masters, the motion to recess has been defeated in a vote of 4 in favor, 6 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, and yourself. Voting against were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak.
Council, by legislation, it would be a supper break. Clerk has not ordered food, so let me chat with him about this. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. People are tired, they're hungry, staff has been here a long day, Christmas is pressing. I'm prepared to call a question on the main motion.
Does anyone want to speak against calling the question? Okay, we're voting on the operating and capital budget as amended. Councillor Hawkins, he needs a seconder, does he not? Councillor Hawkins, thank you, Councillor Skiniak. Yeah, so the general operating and capital budget, as amended.
Just get clarification.
We are voting on the general and operating budget as amended. General operating and capital budget as amended. I'll try again.
Gonna enter it in here.
Councillor LeBlanc, I'm not sure if I have your vote.
In favor. Thank you.
Thank you. And one moment, I think Councillor Mole was on.
In favor. Counselor Moore.
Thank you.
Mayor Masters, the motion to approve the general operating and capital budget has been approved by a vote of 7 in favor, 4 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Mole. Voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Councillor Hawkins, before you call for adjournment, we do have a couple
Just procedural things.
procedural things to deal with, so just give us 5. I need a motion to approve the following amendments. To approve the Regina Police Service gross expenditures totaling $115,324,200 and revenues totaling $12,579,000. This results in a 0.38 mill rate decrease. Amend Appendix Plan of Facilities Asset Management Program as shown in the table listed in Appendix D of item CM 23-37, proposed 2024 budget supplemental report. Second, to approve the reallocation of Tourism Regina grant of $910,000 from community investment to city salary and non-salary expenses under a new department called Tourism Regina. And to direct administration to amend the proposed 2024 budget to address the $3.2 million funding gap for REAL, increasing REAL's grant to $5.7 million as follows. Reduce the current contributions in the 2024 operating budget by $1 million to address REAL's capital funding request. Increase the mill rate by 0.76 to generate an additional $2.2 million in revenue. Increase the city's grant to REAL by $3.2 million for a total of $5.7. Reduce the facility asset management program funding by $1 million for 2024 in the 5-year capital plan. Approve the following conditions to be placed on the grant funding provided to REAL. Operating grant funding operations with these funds to be used to support operations, not capital or debt payments. Principal and interest grant funding of $2.648 million with these funds only to be used for principal and interest payments on REAL's debt. Capital grant funding of $1 million with these funds to be used in a manner consistent with the 2024 capital plan submitted by REAL. And to approve a mill rate increase of 0.24% to generate an additional $700,000 for the YWCA completion project. And an amendment to the community nonprofits tax exemption policy that City Council replace appendices M1 and M2 and report CM 23-33, the 2024 general and utility operating budget and 2024-2028 general and utility capital plan to be replaced with schedules outlined in Appendix B of report CM 23-37, proposed 2024 budget supplemental report. I need a mover. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, and a seconder, Councillor Zakidniak. Does anybody want to comment?
So, I was at $1,000 at a REAL and $300,000 out of economic development. I totally missed something, right, obviously?
That is what that was saying.
You're saying approve a mill rate.
Perhaps Barry can explain it.
I just thought,
The 300,000 is reflected when we get down to the next thing. So this basically, administration had built a point mill rate in. We left the mill rate in and just reallocated it to the YWCA.
that's, okay,
There you
that
go.
was my understanding, so
Yeah,
that's why I
that's
need,
what it says,
okay,
yeah.
okay, we're good. Okay, that's all I got.
Councillor Statichuk.
And the winter strategy, the amendment for
Sorry, what about?
to contribute an additional amount of money for
The
the winter.
community grant?
Yeah, is that in there?
Perfect. Are you good with that?
I didn't, yeah, I just didn't see it because it's
No,
like all.
there's a couple parts here. We've got a couple
Okay.
motions to peel through.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? We're good? Councillor?
Just one. What is the total mill rate increase then?
I believe right now it's 5.85? You're going to tell me 2.85, but yeah, 2.85.
2 point? Okay, 2.85? Okay, thanks.
All right. Councillor Hawkins.
I wonder if Mr. Lacy can tell us what the dollar value is of the mill rate plus the net increase for organics or for waste for the 4 levels of how.
Obviously, I don't think, yeah.
I'm prepared to take that as an undertaking so
Yeah.
long as he provides the
Yeah.
information
I think
to
we got
council
the,
and
yeah.
to the media.
So through you, Mayor Masters, at a high level, a news release will be going out tonight that will indicate for an average house value of $315, but tomorrow we'll update the website to also include other house values when we have the
And the
opportunity.
dollar
to do that tomorrow.
figure.
And the dollars that is,
Thank you.
that they'll see as an increase, that's correct.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Just going to wait here another second. We're good? All right, clerks, call the vote.
LeBlanc in favor.
Mayor Masters, the motion passes 8-1 with the following members voting in favor. Councillors Hawkins.
This is Councillor Mole in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Mole.
Make that 9-1. Councillors Hawkins, Nelson, Findura, Stanachuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, Mole, yourself, Mayor Masters. Councillor Mancinelli voted against, and Councillor Bresciani has left the meeting.
Okay, now on to the main motion. Councillor Hawkins?
Could we have the main motion separated out so that,
Certainly, 1 second. It's 1 to 5, right? Okay. Have the clerks put up a vote on the main motion on recommendations 1 through 5, which are specifically related to the general operating and capital fund.
Take the vote yet. Take the vote.
LeBlanc in favor.
Sorry, councillors, just step away from the vote for a second. Okay, we're going to have the clerks call the vote on the 1 through 5, which is the general operating and capital as amended. And so if you're looking at these numbers, these are not what has been approved. They were amended during budget debate. So if you remember voting on different numbers, you did. Councillor Zakiniak.
You say 1 through 5, and I don't see what that corresponds to on the screen.
It's from the recommendations that are in the book of the main report, your main agenda items. Or, sorry, when you get to the budget book, it's items 1 through 5.
And Councillor Hawkins had asked to do it separately, so...
So 1 through 5 is general operating and capital for the city of Regina.
Is that what you, I thought you wanted to separate operating and capital.
No.
No.
Utility operating and capital.
Okay.
And all of the
1,
other
2,
recommendations
3, 4,
separate from...
5. Okay. I think I understand now. 1, 2...
LeBlanc in favor.
Councillor Mole in favor.
As amended, yes.
Mayor Masters, the motion on items 1 through 5 has been approved in a vote of 6-4. Those voting in favor were Councillors Nelson, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Mole. Voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Council, now we'll vote on items. We're going to vote on items within the budget books, numbers 6 through 22, as amended. Counselor Moll, are you on the phone?
Yeah, this is Counselor Moll in favor.
Thank you, sir.
And LeBlanc in favor.
Mayor Masters, items 6 to 22 have passed unanimously with all 10 members present voting in favor.
Okay, thank you to the clerks. One moment.
Yes, just one last kick at the can. It's procedurally, because the entire thing now just has to be approved as amended.
The clerk's going to speak to it, so waste some time here. Waste some time.
What is happening now is that the entire budget, in its entirety, with all the amendments, is now being put on the floor as amended and consolidated. The reason the votes are split out in terms of the budget is to provide members with the opportunity to vote for or against specific matters in here that they don't like. It's just a procedural thing that we need to do to close off the entire motion. And that has been the past practice.
Even though that is what's happened in past, I see no reason why, having us considered parts 1, 2, and 3 and voted on them, we need to package them up.
Councillor Hawkins, I ask you, we're going to call the vote on bulking up as we have done. If you would like to abstain or vote no, I appreciate that. What do I do?
Counselor Moll in favor.
LeBlanc in favor.
Councillor Hawkins, you seconded the main motion on the bulk up. Do you want to override that? You seconded it. You would like to vote?
Okay. Mayor Masters, sorry, just... Is Councillor Moll voted?
Yes, he voted in favor. Yes, he
Okay.
voted in favor.
Okay. Mayor Masters?
Yep, Council.
Mayor Masters, the vote is 9-1 in favor. I'm sorry, yes, it's 8-1 in favor, I'm sorry. Voting in favor were Councilors Nelson, Findura, Stanichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Sikidniak, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Councilor Mancinelli has voted against. Councilors Hawkins and Bresciani are away from the meeting.
Thanks very much. We'll now consider the bylaws 2023-102 and 2023-104. The 2024 alley maintenance special tax bylaw for 2023 and the City of Regina Archives fee schedule amendment bylaw for 2023. Deputy Mayor Nelson, can I have you do first reading of the bylaw?
You bet. I move second by Councillor Stanichuk, the bylaw number 2023-102 and number 2023-104 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you call the vote?
LeBlanc in favor.
Councilor Mole, you still on the line? All right, it's gone. We're losing him fast.
Mayor Masters' first reading passes in a vote of 8-0, with all members present voting in favor. Councilors Hawkins and Bresciani and Mole are away from the meeting.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Nelson, can I have you do a second reading of the bylaw?
You bet. Thank you. I move second by Councillor,
Pick another one.
Councillor Stanichuk, that bylaw number 2023-102 and 2023-104 be read a second time. Did I ever say Stanichuk?
Thank you very much. Do any members of council have any questions? Shockingly, no. Clerks, could you call the vote?
LeBlanc in favor.
Mayor Masters' second reading passes in a vote of 8-0.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Nelson, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I move seconded by Councillor Zakidniak, that the city hereby consent to bylaw number 2023-102 and 2023-104 going to a third reading at the meeting.
Thanks very much. Clerks, can you start the vote? Councillor LeBlanc?
In favor, thank you.
Mayor Masters' unanimous consent required to move to third reading at this meeting has been achieved unanimously.
Thank you so much. Deputy Mayor Nelson, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
I move seconded by Councillor Findura that bylaws number 2023-102 and 2023-104 be read a third time.
Thanks very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
LeBlanc in favor.
Mayor Masters' third reading has passed 8-0.
Can I get a motion to adjourn? There we go, Councillor Findura. I seconded by Councillor Nelson. Well done. Merry Christmas.